Warrior Lore. Chapter 840. Yi Xiang. Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned slightly, and then she couldn't help but mutter, "Why does it sound like a woman's name? A man taking a woman's name is truly shameful." The young man in embroidered clothes, the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang's face sank slightly when he heard Han Xuanai. His feminine name had always been a pain in his heart, and it was also his taboo, and no one dared to speak of it in front of him. "My big brother Ling Tian's name is still better. That's the name a man should have." After muttering to herself for a while, Han Xuanai smiled. "Big brother Ling Tian?" The attendant couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he heard Han Xuanai. "Young miss, could it be that the full name of the big brother Ling Tian you spoke of is Duan Ling Tian?" You know my big brother Ling Tian?" Han Xuanai's eyes lit up when she heard the attendant, and then she asked, "Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian is?" "How could I possibly know young Master Ling Tian? I only had the fortune to see him from afar during the dynasty martial competition over a year ago. Young Master Ling Tian was too impressive at that time, and in the end, he even obtained the honor of being the first in the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty." The attendant smiled and said, "Now, young Master Ling Tian ought to be just like this young Master Yi Xiang's older brother, and he hasn't returned from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties." "The first in the dynasty martial competition?" Han Xuanai's eyes lit up as she chuckled. "As expected of my big brother, Han Xuanai's older brother, truly formidable. Hey, that chamber pot. Oh wait, Yi Xiang, what are you running for? You still haven't told me where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held." Swoosh! Han Xuanai vanished into thin air before the attendant's eyes before appearing once more to block the path of Yi Xiang, who was just about to leave stealthily, and she asked angrily with her hands on her hips. Yi Xiang's eyes flashed and he noticed that a figure had appeared, and he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. "Why are the people around this Duan Lingtian so perverted? I can't afford to offend them, so why can't I avoid them?" Yi Xiang felt extremely bitter in his heart. Actually, when he first saw Han Xuanai and the other girl in green beside Han Xuanai, he harbored evil thoughts in his heart. He even wanted to trick them into going to the Yi clan residence. But when he heard Han Xuanai say that the Duan Lingtian was her brother, the crooked thoughts in his heart disappeared. He did not dare to offend the Duan Lingtian again. Even if he couldn't afford to provoke them, couldn't he just avoid them? But now, it seemed that even if he wanted to hide, it would not be easy. "I heard from my brother that it's going to be held in the ancient desert city in the northern desert. That's all I know. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." As Yi Xiang spoke, he brought along the 2 servants and hurriedly ran out of the restaurant, running even faster than a rabbit. "Northern desert? Ancient desert city?" Han Xuanai muttered, and then her eyes lit up. "I remember now. Qingnu and I went to that place. There seems to be a power called the Skydog Fort there, and the beard of their fort master is rather interesting. I pulled it out the last time. A few years have passed, so it ought to have grown out, right?" As Han Xuanai spoke, she held the hand of the green-clothed young girl and ran out of the restaurant. "Shui, let's go. I'll bring you to find a very interesting person, and we'll go play the game of pulling out his beard." The green-clothed young girl was the companion that Han Xuanai had played with since she was young, and it was even to the extent that they cultivated the same cultivation technique, Mu Shui. Warrior Lord. The corners of Mu Shui's mouth couldn't help but curl into a bitter smile when she heard Han Xuanai. At the same time, her heart was filled with pity towards the fort master of the Skydog Fort. Not a single person that was targeted by the little she-devil had a good ending. This was something that she deeply understood. The northern desert belonged to the southern border of the foreign lands, and it was adjacent to the 10 dynasties and occupied an area that was a few tens of times larger than the 10 dynasties. In the southern area of the northern desert, powers gathered together, and there were 4 great powers that reigned supreme. They were respectively Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect. East of the northern desert, Driftcloud Town, Ye family's estate. In a quiet courtyard, there was a young girl around the age of 16 or 17 walking up and down. The young girl had a delicate appearance, and even though she couldn't be considered to be a peerless beauty, she was still a rare beauty. But the young girl's brows were tightly knit together at this moment. No, even if I die, I won't marry him. The young girl gritted her teeth with a resolute expression. What? What's this place? Suddenly, a perplexed muttering sounded out from the room on the left of the courtyard, and the voice seemed to be slightly muddled. The young girl's eyes lit up when she heard this voice, and she hurriedly charged into the room. You're awake? The young girl looked at the purple-clad young man who was struggling to sit up on the bed, and her bright eyes shone with brilliance. She admired this man from the bottom of her heart for being able to stay in bed for more than half a month and still be alive. You are. Duan Lingtian shook his slightly drowsy head. His stiff body gave him an extremely unfamiliar feeling as though he needed to get used to it again. He looked at the young girl in front of him with a confused expression on his face. I'm Yi Xian. The young girl smiled and sighed softly. You really can sleep? You've been asleep for 18 days since the day I found you. 18 days? You said I've been unconscious for 18 days? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. At the same time, with just a thought, he discovered the Devil Seal tablet lying quietly in his spatial ring. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he took out the Devil Seal tablet that day. He still remembered that when he pressed his hand on the Devil Seal tablet, a strange energy suddenly gushed out from the Devil Seal tablet and fused into his arm. In the blink of an eye, he lost feeling in his arm. When he woke up, he felt a piercing pain in his soul, and then he completely lost consciousness. After he lost consciousness, he seemed to have fallen into a state of deep sleep, and he even had an extremely strange dream in this state. In that dream, his body was completely out of his control, and it had become violet-haired with blood-red eyes, and he looked like a peerless devil king. In the dream, he'd killed the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort, and he'd even seen Feng Wu Dao in the end. He still remembered. In the dream, he'd wanted to kill Feng Wu Dao many times, and it was he who'd used all his strength to stop Feng Wu Dao. As he stopped Feng Wu Dao, he once again lost consciousness. When he woke up, he noticed he was in this small room, and he even saw a young girl with a delicate and pretty appearance. Based on what the young girl said, it seemed like she'd saved him. Moreover, he'd slept for 18 days? Yes. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw the young girl nod, and based on her expression, she obviously wasn't lying, and there seemed to be no need to lie. Can you tell me what happened when you met me? I don't even remember. Duan Lingtian shook his head that felt like it was about to split open, and he took a deep breath as he asked. The young girl nodded, and then she said, When I met you, you were lying in a field of reeds. I just happened to pass by and saw you, and I noticed you weren't dead, so I saved you. As she spoke up to hear, the young girl laughed lightly. Your figure can be considered to be well-proportioned, but I never imagined that you'd be rather heavy. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and then he asked, Where is this place? This is my home, the Ye family of Driftcloud Town. The young girl spoke as she asked, Right, I've already told you my name, but you haven't told me yours. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian slightly opened his mouth and revealed a brilliant smile. Thank you for saving me. Duan Lingtian? Then I'll call you Elder Brother Duan, and you can call me Xiao Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Xian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Brother Duan, you've slept for 18 days, so you must be hungry, right? I'll prepare something for you to eat, Yi Xian said, and without waiting for Duan Lingtian's response, she hurriedly left the room and the small courtyard. What a kind-hearted girl. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he controlled his somewhat unaccustomed body, got off the bed, walked out of the room, and stretched his arms and legs in the small courtyard. What happened after that? How did I escape the clutches of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders? After feeling that he had adapted to his body again, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had completely forgotten everything that had happened before. And that strange dream, everything in the dream, could it be real? Suddenly, this crazy thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind for no reason. After this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress, as if it was the truth. If that dream was real, then this Devil Seal tablet is too freakish, right? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he took out the Devil Seal tablet from his storage ring. The Devil Seal tablet was cold to the touch, and it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that it was connected to his own flesh and blood. Can you tell me if everything is real? Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tablet and asked. It was as if he was playing the lute to a cow. When he saw the Devil Seal tablet didn't move for a long time, Duan Lingtian put it away and muttered. Based on the current situation, it's very likely that everything is real. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to survive the siege of those 6 Skywolf Fort elders. The strength of the violet-haired and blood-red-eyed me in the dream was so strong that I felt it far surpassed senior. The senior Duan Lingtian spoke of was the vice sect master of the Blade Sect, Sword 13, an existence at the 9th level of the Void Transformation stage. Moreover, even if it was amongst the numerous 9th level Void Transformation stage martial artists, Sword 13's strength should at least be at the middle level or above. This could be seen from Sword 13's ability to go against the joint forces of the 9th level Void Transformation stage Vice Fort Master and 8th level Void Transformation stage Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The strength of the me in the dream was probably at the Martial Monarch stage or above, Duan Lingtian muttered as he recalled the extremely clear dream. Tamu. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he recalled Tamu, who'd blocked the attack of the Skywolf Fort Elder for him and died before him. If everything in the dream was real, Tamu could be said to have saved him. Chapter 841. Elder Brother Duan, you haven't eaten for so long. Your body must not be able to take rice. So, I cooked a bowl of millet porridge for you. At this moment, Yixin returned and placed a plate with a bowl of hot porridge on the stone table in the courtyard as she spoke with a smile. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smelled the fragrance of the porridge, and his appetite was aroused. After sitting down at the stone table, he began to eat the porridge. The porridge tasted very good. It was obvious that it was cooked with care. Xiaoxian, your culinary skills are not bad. Whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Duan Lingtian smiled. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when his words that carried a teasing tone entered into Yixin's ears, it instead caused the corners of Yixin's mouth to curl into a bitter smile. Xiaoxian, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian was startled. No. Yixin shook her head and forced a smile on her face as she changed the topic. Right, Elder Brother Duan. Why did you appear in the reed field outside our Driftcloud town? Hearing Yixin's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. I don't know either. You don't know? Yixin was stunned. She could tell that Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying. However, what exactly did a person experience to sleep for 18 days without any signs of injury or illness? Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, Xiaoxian, you said earlier that this is the Ye family in Driftcloud Town? I wonder if you know where the Skywolf Fort is? Skywolf Fort? Yixin could not help but be shocked when she heard this. Elder Brother Duan, are you talking about the Skywolf Fort, one of the 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? The 4 major forces in the south of the Northern Desert? Duan Lingtian was startled. Then, he asked curiously, the 4 major forces you mentioned, don't tell me it's the Skywolf Fort, the Blade Sect, the Empyrean Temple, and the Emotion-Severing Sect? That's right. Yixin nodded and then asked, Elder Brother Duan, why are you asking about the Skywolf Fort? The Skywolf Fort is located in the southernmost part of the Northern Desert. It's quite far from here. Where is this place? A premonition arose to Duan Lingtian to him. Driftcloud Town is located to the east of the Northern Desert. Yixin said. The east of the Northern Desert? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was shocked in his heart. Why did I come to the east of the Northern Desert? It's probably a very long distance from here to the south of the Northern Desert, right? With my current strength, I'll definitely encounter danger if I head to the south of the Northern Desert and head to the Blade Sect. Leaving alone is extremely risky. Duan Lingtian felt rather helpless when he thought about this. Looks like if I want to go to the Blade Sect, I have to think of another way. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Miss, Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Patriarch heard that the young master you saved has woken up. He wants you to bring the young master to see him. Father, what does he want to do? Yi Xian frowned. She seemed to be reluctant. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to be the daughter of the Ye family. Speaking of which, I've disturbed you and the Ye family for quite some time. Bring me to see the patriarch of the Ye family. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since Duan Lingtian had said so, Yi Xian naturally had no reason to refuse. She beckoned Duan Lingtian and headed to the Ye family's main hall. In the Ye family's main hall, the patriarch of the Ye family, Yi Ting, sat at the head of the table. Yi Ting was about 50 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a dignified aura between his brows. He had the dignity of a person in a high position. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged man's facial features were similar to Yi Ting's. However, there was a hint of gloominess and viciousness between his brows. It was obvious he was not an ordinary person. This person was the third elder of the Ye family, Yi Hui. He was also Yi Ting's half-brother. Big brother, it's not that I want to criticize Xiao Xian. Do you think the Shun family will let the matter rest if news of Xiao Xian, a virgin, bringing a man to her courtyard reaches the ears of the Shin family? Yi Hui said in a deep voice. Sigh. Yi Ting sighed. That girl, Xiao Xian, is just like her mother. She's kind-hearted and not scheming. Her actions this time were indeed thoughtless. However, I heard that the man had been lying in bed for 18 days and had just woken up today. I don't think anything will happen between him and Xiao Xian. Moreover, I believe that Xiao Xian won't do anything she shouldn't do. Yi Ting added, I'm willing to believe in Xiao Xian as well. However, if news of this spreads, what will the outsiders think of it? At that time, won't the Shun family tear our Ye family apart? Yi Hui's expression darkened as he spoke. So, big brother, when Xiao Xian brings that fellow here, I'll ask him to get lost. You mustn't help him. Sigh. I know what to do. However, he's someone Xiao Xian brought back. No matter what, you have to give Xiao Xian some face. Yi Ting sighed. I understand. Yi Hui nodded. Duan Lingtian followed behind Yi Xian as they shuttled through the Ye family's estate and finally arrived at the Ye family's main hall. Duan Lingtian had just entered the main hall when he sensed two gazes locking onto him. One of the gazes was rather polite. The other gaze was not only sharp, but also unbridled. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened slightly. He raised his head and met the gaze of the owner of the gaze behind him. It was Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below the main hall. He was not afraid in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out and immediately detected the person's cultivation base. It was at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Father. After Yi Xian walked into the main hall, she bowed to Yi Ting who sat in the seat of honor. After that, she glanced indifferently at Yi Hui who sat in the seat of honor below. Second uncle. Humph. Yi Hui snorted coldly. This snort was directed at both Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, you're becoming more and more impolite. Originally, I still didn't know what was going on, but now it seems like it's the people around you who are problematic. It's not a good habit to learn from the bad instead of the good. When you enter the Shin family in the future, won't people laugh at our Ye family for not having a good upbringing? Yi Hui glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian before he looked at Yi Xian and spoke sarcastically. Second uncle. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly as she looked at Yi Hui and said in a low voice, My friend shouldn't have offended you, right? What right do you have to speak to him? Also, I've already said that I won't marry that good-for-nothing from the Shin family. If you want to marry, then marry yourself. You. Yi Hui was so angry that his face turned ashen. He looked at Yi Ting and said, Big brother, look, this is your good daughter. Xiao Xian. Yi Ting frowned and scolded. How can you speak to your second uncle like that? Second uncle? Yi Xian laughed sarcastically and said, I treat him as my second uncle, but does he treat me as his niece? In order to flatter the Shen family, in order to build a relationship with the Shen family, in order to benefit himself, he sold me out behind my back. I don't have a second uncle like him. As she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face was filled with determination. Yi Xian's hysterical words not only shocked Yi Ting and Yi Hui, but even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Was this still the gentle Xiao Xian? However, from Yi Xian's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the conflict between Yi Xian and her second uncle. No wonder Xiao Xian's expression didn't look right when I told her that whoever marries her will be blessed. It turns out that her second uncle set her up behind her back and forced her to marry that good-for-nothing. Duan Lingtian had always been meticulous, so it was easy for him to guess the ins and outs of the matter. Big brother, it seems that Xiao Xian has a strong opinion of me. I really want to ask you to be the judge of this matter. Am I doing this for the sake of the big picture? A marriage alliance with the Shen family will only be beneficial to the Ye family. Yi Hui looked at Yi Ting and spoke slowly. Xiao Xian, you. Just as Yi Ting was about to scold Yi Xian, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Ting and interrupted Yi Ting. Duan Lingtian greets the head of the Ye family. Humph. Yi Hui snorted coldly and muttered to himself. Don't you know that it's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking? How could Xiao Xian know this kind of trash? Although Yi Hui wasn't talking to Duan Lingtian, he was obviously talking to Duan Lingtian. Trash? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he heard Yi Hui's words. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a little irritated. The origin energy in his body was also becoming restless. The thought of killing Yi Hui rose in his heart for no reason. Moreover, this thought grew stronger and stronger. It was as if it was constantly driving Duan Lingtian and trying to control Duan Lingtian's emotions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. After taking a deep breath, his restless emotions calmed down. At the same time, he was shocked. When did I become so easily angered? I feel like my emotions aren't under my control. It seems that the dream was real. My emotions must have been affected by the Devil Seal tombstone, and there are repercussions. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that in the dream, he seemed to only be left with bloodthirsty and ruthless emotions that completely suppressed his normal emotions. Therefore, he was almost certain that it was the repercussions of the Devil Seal tombstone giving him great strength after he killed everyone. I originally thought that with the Devil Seal tombstone, I would be able to use it to give me strength whenever I encounter danger in the future. I would be able to use the strength it gave me to clear away all obstacles. However, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. While the Devil Seal tombstone helped me, it also left a wound and flaw in my soul, causing my emotions to go out of control. Perhaps, if the dreamlike incident were to happen again, my emotions would go out of control. In the end, I wouldn't even be able to control myself, causing me to become a true devil. When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Chapter 842. The Devil Seal tombstone is too terrifying. If possible, it's best if I don't use the power within it in the future. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he recalled the words Yi Xian's second uncle, Yi Hui, had said to himself. He could not help but smile faintly. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Yi Hui, who was as angry as a little tigress and was about to attack Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, if someone is willing to risk the happiness of his family for his own selfish desires, don't you think he's worse than a dog or a pig? Of course. Yi Xian, who was about to explode when she heard Yi Hui's words, smiled when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, she secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Enough. Finally, Yi Ting could not bear to watch any longer. Both of you, stop talking. You're the young man Xiao Xian saved, right? Yi Ting asked indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Are you all right now? Yi Ting asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded again. Since you're all right, take these 10 low-grade origin stones and return to where you came from, Yi Ting said indifferently. At the same time, he raised his hand and casually tossed 10 low-grade origin stones at Duan Lingtian's feet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This seemed to be an insult to him and trampling on his dignity, right? Father, what's the meaning of this? Yi Xian's expression changed when she saw this scene. She said angrily, Elder brother Duan is my friend. You insulting him is equivalent to insulting me. Hurry up and apologize to him. Yiting's expression darkened when he saw his daughter standing up for someone else. Ask him to apologize? Was it possible? Chi. Yihui sneered, then glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian and said, Big brother, I think this kid thinks it's too little. 10 low-grade primordial stones, that's quite a lot. Yiting didn't take it to heart and said indifferently, Our Ye family doesn't owe him anything, but he owes our Ye family. Ye family head, that's not right. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said faintly, Even if I owe someone, it's Xiao Xian. What does it have to do with your Ye family? Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family. Since you owe Xiao Xian, you owe the Ye family as well. Yiting looked disdainfully at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Ha ha ha. Duan Lingtian laughed heartily when he heard this. His laughter was wanton and free, and it filled the entire Ye family hall. What are you laughing at? Yiting said in a low voice, Am I wrong? Ye family head, do you still know that Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family? You didn't even discuss your marriage with her before deciding it with an outsider. You acted first and reported later. Do you think that Xiao Xian is a member of the Ye family? Duan Lingtian stopped laughing and said coldly, Perhaps in your eyes, Xiao Xian is just a tool for the marriage between the Ye family and the Shun family. Yiting's expression turned ugly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Yi Xian, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was excited to the point she clenched her fists tightly, as what Duan Lingtian said had spoken out the thoughts in her heart, and it resonated with her. Humph, brat, the Ye family's matters are none of your business. Yi Hui stood up from his seat and glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he shouted in a stern voice, What? Didn't you just say that I owe the Ye family a favor? Now you're trying to cut ties with me? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. The Ye family doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Yiting stood up from the seat at the head as well, and the origin energy on his body flashed like flames as his gaze that was like a blade flashed towards Duan Lingtian as he shouted out coldly, Father, what are you doing? Elder brother Duan is my friend. If you ask him to get lost, I'll get lost with him. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the Shin family. Yi Xian took a step forward. Although she wasn't tall, she stood in front of Duan Lingtian and spread out her arms to protect him. She was afraid that Yi Ting would attack Duan Lingtian. You, Xiao Xian, get out of the way. Yi Ting's expression turned even uglier when he saw that his daughter was standing with an outsider. Yi Xian was young, but she had an unyielding character. She ignored Yi Ting. If you don't get out of the way, I won't acknowledge you as my daughter. Yi Ting roared in a deep voice under his extreme rage. Yi Xian's face turned as white as a sheet when she heard this. She looked as if she had lost her soul. She muttered to herself, It's changed. Everything has changed. The father who loved me so dearly will never come back. The father who promised my mother before she died that he would let me live happily for the rest of my life is no longer around. The father who would never yell at me is no longer around. Duan Lingtian sighed. Every family had its own difficulties. This saying was indeed true. At this moment, he could feel Yi Xian's disappointment, but he didn't know how to comfort her. However, he secretly made a decision in his heart. He had to help this kind-hearted girl get through this difficult time. Xiao Xian. Yi Ting sighed when he heard Yi Xian's muttering. Actually, the Shin family's young master is not bad, although he's usually a little too much of a hedonist and indulgent. However, he told me that he's just putting on a show and that he'll treat you sincerely. Father, let me ask you, do you believe his nonsense? Yi Xian sneered. In Drifting Cloud Town, as long as the family's daughter is pretty, which family hasn't been harmed by him? The number of girls who chose to commit suicide after being defiled by him is at least 80, if not 100, right? You want me to marry such a hedonist? Just because the Shin family can help the Ye family after the marriage. Father, you want to push me into the fire pit? Yi Xian's rhetorical questions left Yi Ting speechless. He didn't know how to answer. Xiao Xian, you have to be sensible. You're a member of the Ye family, so you naturally have to think for the sake of the Ye family. Sacrificing you will allow our Ye family to rise to a higher level, and the Ye family will never forget you. The nearby Yi Hui interrupted. No matter how high a family rises by sacrificing a woman, It's unable to change the lowliness in its bones. It'll fall down again sooner or later. Duan Lingtian spoke with disdain. In his lifetime, he looked down upon people and powers that relied on women to seek benefits the most. Kid, you're courting death. Yi Hui was furious and couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious wild beast that directly pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! He slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy skyrocketed before fusing with his material water concept and flashed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. The wind from his palm swept out and caused the airflow in the air to flash along with it, and it transformed into circle after circle of ripples that ceaselessly swept out towards the surroundings. Elder brother Duan, watch out! Yi Xian, who was originally immersed in her pain, inadvertently saw this scene and her expression changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with extreme anger towards her second uncle, Yi Hui. Yi Ting had the ability to stop her, yet he didn't make any move and watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. But in the next moment, he was unable to maintain his composure any longer, and his pupils instantly constricted. Slap! An enormous bang sounded out, and it was Duan Lingtian casually pushing out with his palm to forcefully receive Yi Hui's palm strike. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, but Yi Hui's expression instantly flushed red. You overestimate yourself. There's no enmity between us, yet you want to kill me just because I said a few words that I felt were right? Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze met his gaze as he asked in a low voice. Yi Hui held back a mouthful of blood, yet he wasn't willing to show weakness before Duan Lingtian, so he didn't spit it out, and it was naturally impossible for him to reply. What's the point of keeping your cultivation for a person like you? Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Stay your hand. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ting, who felt that something was amiss, realized what Duan Lingtian intended to do, and his expression turned grim. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Yi Ting flew out and pounced towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. When Duan Lingtian had easily received Yi Hui's palm strike, Yi Xian was stunned, because she didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Her second uncle was an expert at the profound void stage. Even in the entire Drift Cloud town, he could be considered a top-notch existence. Before she could regain her senses, Yi Xian's expression changed once again. Because she saw her father pounce towards Duan Lingtian, she couldn't help but worry about Duan Lingtian, because her father's strength was even greater than her second uncle's. Boom! Yi Ting's speed was very fast, but Duan Lingtian's speed was even faster. His other hand swept out, and under Yi Hui's panicked gaze, it fiercely landed on his dantian. In an instant, Yi Hui's dantian was shattered, and a vast amount of origin energy completely leaked out. Wah! With his cultivation crippled, the blood in Yi Hui's body surged, and he could no longer hold back the clotted blood in his mouth, and he spat it out in large mouthfuls. You're courting death. Yi Ting had finally arrived, and he who had a spirit sword in his hand shouted out explosively as he struck out with his sword like a bolt of lightning towards Duan Lingtian, who had his back towards him, aiming directly for Duan Lingtian's vital point. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike and take revenge for his younger brother that had his cultivation crippled. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sword whistle pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums in the blink of an eye, causing Duan Lingtian's brows to raise. Whirlwind! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian easily dodged Yi Ting's sword, and he stood far away as he stared coldly at Yi Ting. Yi Ting was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he similarly didn't take Yi Ting seriously. But when he thought about how Yi Ting was Xiao Xian's father, Duan Lingtian didn't make a move against him, and it could be considered to be giving face to Xiao Xian, and he really felt heartache for this kind-hearted girl. Big brother, help me take revenge. Help me take revenge. Yi Hui, whose cultivation had been crippled, held his dantian as he sat on the ground, and he didn't see the speed Duan Lingtian revealed as he roared in a low voice. Take revenge? A wisp of indescribable bitterness appeared on the corners of Yi Ting's mouth. How would he take revenge? The sword strike from before was his strongest sword strike, and it was also his fastest sword strike. It was just that sword strike that was close at hand and was about to succeed, yet it was easily dodged by Duan Lingtian. At that moment, only he knew clearly what he felt. Now, he could confirm one thing. Chapter 843. You. Who are you? Yiting looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a bitter smile. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Yiting no longer dared to put on airs as the head of the Ye family. He knew that in front of a true expert, he, as the head of the Ye family, was no different from an ant. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be easy. He would not be afraid just because he was the head of the Ye family. I'm Xiao Xin's friend, Duan Lingtian replied calmly. Big brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill him quickly. Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he realized that Yi Ting did not make any moves against Duan Lingtian. Kill, kill, kill. All you know is to kill. If he wanted to kill your big brother would have died several times over. Yi Ting was already nervous. When he heard Yi Hui's words, he immediately reprimanded him impatiently. What? Yi Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard Yi Ting's words. He was already in great pain after his dantian was destroyed. Now that he was frightened, he fainted. Elder brother Duan. Yi Xian regained her senses. She realized that the purple-clothed youth she had saved was far more powerful than her second uncle and her father. In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed her second uncle's dantian. Then, at the critical moment, he had easily dodged her father's furious attack. Even her grandfather, the former head of the Ye family, could not compare to him. Xiao Xin, don't worry. I will help you solve your problem. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yi Xian and gave her a reassuring look. Yi Xian's heart warmed. Then, she looked at Yi Ting with a trace of pain in her eyes. Finally, she said, Elder brother Duan, can you let my father go? Silly girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. You don't think that Big Brother is a cold-blooded demon, do you? When Yi Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, she couldn't help but smile. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Yi Ting as he sneered. Yeah, family head, did you see that just now? Even if you want to sacrifice Xiao Xian, when you are in danger, she will be the first to stand up and plead for you. She won't ignore your life and death just because you want to sacrifice her. In her heart, you are her father, the father who gave birth to her and raised her. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in a resolute manner. Yi Ting smiled bitterly, then put away his sword and sighed. Do you really think I want to sacrifice Xiao Xian? If there was any other way, even if I had to die, I wouldn't let Xiao Xian marry that beast. Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned by Yi Ting's sudden change. The current Yi Ting and the Yi Ting from before were like two different people. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Ting disdainfully. Just now, didn't you keep talking about how good the Shin family's hedonistic young master is in front of Xiao Xian? Why are you changing your words now? I was forced by the situation. I just wanted to convince little Xian. Yi Ting sighed, then looked lovingly at Yi Xian and slowly walked over. Yi Ting reached out his hand and gently stroked Yi Xian's head. He said gently, Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Dad. Yi Xian hadn't seen her father so gentle in a long time. Her eyes reddened as she threw herself into Yi Ting's arms. What happened? Soon, Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian found out the ins and outs of the matter from Yi Ting's mouth. It turned out that the whole thing was caused by Yi Hui alone. Yi Hui secretly agreed to the Shun family's request for a marriage alliance. He agreed to betroth Yi Xian to the hedonistic young master of the Shun family. As a result, he used the Shun family's connections to gain a lot of personal benefits. When Yi Ting found out about this, he flew into a rage. He personally went to the Shun family and wanted to break off the engagement. But how could the Shun family be willing to do so? The Shin family spread word that if the Ye family didn't fulfill their promise, the Shin family would declare war on the Ye family and make the Ye family completely vanish from Driftcloud Town and become history. The strongest person in our Ye family is my father, who rarely leaves the house, but he's only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. After this incident happened, what I was most worried about was my father finding out about it. Once he finds out, he'll surely kill second brother with his own hands. When he spoke up to hear, Yi Ting glanced at Yi Hui, who'd fainted. Moreover, with my father's temper, he'll surely stop at nothing and fight the Shen family until the end for Xiaoxian. But once the matter develops to that extent, the Ye family will be finished. The Shen family is too strong. They have 2 martial artists at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage alone. Moreover, the supreme elder of the Shen family is even in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Our Ye family going against the Shen family is no different than striking a rock with an egg. Yi Ting closed his eyes with slight pain, and he continued after a short while. So, for the sake of the entire Ye family, I made a painful choice to unite with the Shen family by marriage and make Xiaoxian submit. For this reason, I didn't hesitate to destroy the relationship between Xiaoxian and I with my own hands, and I betrayed the promise I made to my late wife. Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. Father has let you down. As he finished speaking, Yi Ting's tears flowed down his face, and he had an apologetic expression. Father. Yi Xian tightly embraced her father as 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her face, and she muttered, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I always thought that you didn't love Xiaoxian anymore. Xiaoxian is in so much pain, really in so much pain." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the pair of father and daughter before him. Looks like he'd misunderstood Yi Ting as well. Yi Ting was a good father, but at the same time, he was also the patriarch of the Yi family, and there were many things he had to consider. Ye family patriarch. When he saw Yi Ting and Yi Xian separate, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Yi Ting as he asked in a low voice, "You said earlier that the strongest person in the Shen family is a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist?"
Yes.
Yi Ting nodded, and at the same time, his eyes lit up. "Brother Duan, could it be that you?" "Ye family patriarch, I'll make a trip to the Shen family with you." Duan Lingtian interrupted Yi Ting, and then he walked out of the Ye family audience hall with large strides. When he arrived before the entrance, he didn't forget to turn around and look at Yi Xian. "Xiaoxian, elder brother Duan will solve this problem for you today." "Elder brother Duan, are you really confident?" Yi Xian had a worried expression as she said, "I don't want anything to happen to you as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to feel at ease for my entire lifetime." "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. He didn't take a family whose strongest person was only a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist seriously. It was fine if they were sensible, but if they weren't, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After walking out of the Ye family estate with Yi Ting, Duan Lingtian and Yi Ting walked side by side towards the Shan family estate. All along the way, he found out about some things in Driftcloud Town from Yi Ting. The Shen family was an absolute overlord in Driftcloud Town, and no family dared take the initiative to offend them. In Driftcloud Town, there were a total of 3 families like the Ye family, and all of them had to act according to the wishes of the Shen family. A portion of the profits from their respective businesses had to be handed over to the Shen family every month. What an overbearing Shen family! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he muttered, "It can't be helped. In Cloud Continent, the strong are respected. The Shen family has 3 existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above, and they've already established their overlord status in Driftcloud Town." Yi Ting sighed. With those 3 experts at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above present, even if our 3 great families join forces, we're still not a match for the Shen family. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he deeply agreed with this. Even though the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage and the 4th level of the void interpretation stage were only a single level apart, it was a great gap, and the difference between the 2 was the strength of an entire 20 ancient horn dragons. Such a gap in strength was like a chasm that was difficult to surmount. The Shun family estate was situated at the east of Driftcloud Town, and it occupied a vast area that was far from something the Ye family estate could compare to. As expected of the number 1 family in Driftcloud Town, Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Shin family estate, and he looked down at the scenery beneath his feet. By his side, Yi Ting was slightly perturbed and uneasy, and he laughed bitterly. "Brother Duan, isn't this not too good? No matter what, the Shun family is the number 1 family in our Driftcloud Town. Yet family's patriarch, Do you think that the Shun family will readily agree to your Ye family's request to break off the engagement and disregard past enmity if you show sufficient etiquette today? Duan Lingtian replied with a question instead. Of course it's impossible. Yi Ting hurriedly shook his head. If the Shin family finds out that our Ye family wants to break off the engagement, they'll surely act according to the threat they made to our Ye family that day and make a move against our Ye family. Then do you think there's a difference between us barging into the Shin family like this and showing sufficient etiquette and entering the Shin family from the main entrance? Duan Lingtian asked. Yi Ting shook his head. Then do you prefer the current situation? Or do you prefer to show sufficient etiquette and enter the Shin family from the main entrance? Duan Lingtian asked again. The current situation. Yi Ting's eyes lit up. He seemed to have been enlightened by Duan Lingtian for a moment. He looked down at the Shin family's mansion below his feet and roared at the top of his lungs. Members of the Shin family, listen up. Yi Ting of the Ye family is here to break off the engagement. How can the hedonistic son of the Shun family touch the precious daughter of the Ye family? Yi Ting's voice contained elemental energy. When it was transmitted, it exploded above the Shin family's mansion like a clap of thunder. Unsurprisingly, it alarmed the entire Shin family. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He couldn't help but give Yi Ting a thumbs up. He said in a daze, head of the Ye family, it seems that I have underestimated you. He originally wanted to teach Yi Ting how to do this, but who knew that Yi Ting would do it without a teacher? Furthermore, he did it better than he expected. It's the Ye family. The Ye family is here to break off the engagement. The entire Shun family's mansion was in an uproar because of Yi Ting's thunderous voice that contained elemental energy. Furthermore, Yi Ting's words were not only heard by the Shin family, but also by the people near the Shun family's mansion. What does the Ye family want to do? Is the Ye family trying to challenge the authority of the Shin family? I think the Ye family doesn't want to live anymore. Around the Shin family's mansion, many people flew into the air and approached the Shin family's mansion. They were all here to watch the show. It's the head of the Ye family, Yi Ting. Soon, someone recognized Yi Ting, who was flying above the Shin family's mansion. Who was the person beside Yi Ting? Chapter 844. I knew it. That voice sounded like the patriarch of the Ye family. Who would have thought that it really was him? Logically speaking, the patriarch of the Ye family shouldn't be such an impulsive person. But why would he provoke the Shin family today? I really can't understand him. Maybe it's because of the purple-clad young man next to him? That purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be from the Ye family. I've never seen him before. How could a young man who looks around 25 years old be able to help the Ye family fight against the Shin family? I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. More and more people gathered in the sky above the Shin family's mansion. They looked at Yi Ting and Duan Lingtian, who were not far away. At this moment, those who knew Yi Ting did not dare to go over and greet Yi Ting. They were all afraid that they would get into trouble. Yi Ting, how dare you? At this moment, the sky above the Shin family's mansion was filled with people. Within the Shun family's mansion, a man with a curly beard dressed in blue stepped into the air and spoke with a thunderous voice. After a while, the curly-bearded man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Yi Ting. He looked coldly at Yi Ting and said, Yi Ting, I think you really don't want to live anymore. It's the third elder of the Shin family, Shin Lei. It's said that Shin Lei is not only powerful, but he also has an extremely violent temper. He often kills people because of a disagreement. He's an out-and-out boorish man. Boorish men are not scary. The scariest thing is a boorish man who possesses strength that ordinary people can't reach. Soon after, someone recognized the curly-bearded man. For a moment, the onlookers were curious about how Yi Ting would deal with Shin Lei. Under the numerous gazes of anticipation, Yi Ting didn't even spare a glance at Shin Lei, and he didn't even intend to look at him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, he's called Shin Lei, and he's the third elder of the Shin family. His cultivation is similar to mine, and he's also at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He did not expect that a random person from the Shin family would be as powerful as Yi Ting, the head of the Ye family. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the Shin family was the #1 family in Driftcloud Town. This foundation was enough to put the other 3 families, including the Ye family, to shame. Yiting, looks like you've really eaten the guts of a leopard today. Shunlei, who was disregarded by Yiting, tugged on the curly beard on his face due to his rage. His large eyes instantly stared wide open as he shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out to directly charge towards Yiting. Just a slight disagreement, and he attacked. This was the Shun family's 3rd elder, Shunlei. For a moment, the surrounding onlookers sighed with emotion. I've heard of the Shin family's 3rd elder's reputation since long ago. Now that I've seen it for myself, his temper is really as violent as the rumors say. Yiting, your grandpa Shun will let you know the consequences of provoking our Shin family today. Halfway through his dash, Shunlei raised his hand and a large saber appeared in his hand. Subsequently, strands of violet lightning appeared and coiled around the large saber. The lightning saber struck out and pointed directly at Yiting, and it descended mercilessly towards Yiting. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. 77 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed out abruptly with an aggressive aura. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. 2nd level intermediate lightning concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. This was Shunlei's entire strength. On the other hand, Yiting, who was enveloped by the lightning saber, instead stood on the spot without the slightest movement, and his expression remained unchanged and seemed to be exceedingly calm. Could it be that Yiting has been scared silly? The surrounding onlookers were dumbstruck. In next to no time, they realized that Yiting wasn't scared silly, and it was instead because he knew that he would be fine. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man that stood by Yiting's side was already standing between Yiting and Shunlei, and his speed was so swift that no one present saw it clearly. Subsequently, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Shunlei's lightning saber with his bare hands, causing the surrounding onlookers to be dumbstruck once more. Only a single thought remained in their hearts. Has this young man gone mad? In next to no time, they realized that this young man wasn't mad, and they were thinking too much. Slap. The violet-clothed young man attacked like a bolt of lightning and actually really caught Shunlei's saber strike that carried the might of lightning, and even Shunlei himself was dumbstruck. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone saw that after the violet-clothed young man tossed the grade 4 spirit saber in Shunlei's hand to the side, his palm descended onto Shunlei and blasted Shunlei flying. Shunlei flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and his countenance that had become ghastly pale couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the way, and he flew for a while before standing still in a sorry state. Who are you? Shunlei couldn't help but gasp, and he revealed a fearful expression as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky before dispersing. The violet-clothed young man before him had given him too great of a shock. Although he was unable to see the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when the violet-clothed young man attacked, based on the violet-clothed young man's ability to catch a saber strike that he struck out with full force with his bare hands, the violet-clothed young man was at least in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. I'm Yixian's big brother. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently when faced with Shunlei's question. Yixian? Shunlei frowned, and then he seemed to have thought of something and came to a sudden understanding. I remember now, Yixian is Yiting's daughter, and she's also the marriage partner between the Ye family and our Shun family. But when did the Ye family have someone like you? Shunlei asked in a low voice. I'm not a member of the Ye family, Duan Lingtian said. I came to the Shin family this time, only to help Yixin break off the engagement. Your Shin family agrees to break off the engagement and promise not to vent your anger on the Ye family, and everyone will be happy. Otherwise what? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by a loud and dignified voice. Subsequently, a sturdy figure soared into the sky and arrived beside Shunlei. 3rd Elder, are you all right? Clan leader. When he saw the person who had arrived, even someone as hot-tempered as Shunlei bowed respectfully. But this young man isn't simple. He's at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, since he's able to receive my full force attack with his bare hands. Duan Lingtian examined the person who interrupted him. It was a sturdy, middle-aged man, and his body faintly revealed the aura of a superior. Coupled with the way Shenlei greeted him, his identity was obvious. It was the Shen family's clan leader, Shindong. Duan Lingtian learned from Yiting that Shindong was one of the 2 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists in the Shen family on the way to the Shen family's mansion after leaving the Ye family's mansion. He received your full force attack with his bare hands? Shindong's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had just arrived, so he did not see the scene when Duan Lingtian received Shenlei's blade with his bare hands. Although he knew he could also receive Shenlei's full force attack with his bare hands, it would be a little difficult for him. May I know where you're from, little brother? Shundong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a hint of dread. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man before him must have an extraordinary background since he already had a cultivation base at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. He might even be someone from one of the major forces in the eastern district of the northern desert. You might not know my background even if I tell you, so I won't say it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Even if he said he was from the Darkhan dynasty, there would probably be no one in Drift Cloud Town that would know. Little brother really wants to stand up for the Ye family? Shundong frowned and asked with a low voice. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Little brother, do you know that if our Shen family were to back down after what you did today, we might become the laughingstock of the entire Drift Cloud Town? Our Shen family can't afford to lose face like this. Shundong said. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded once more and said indifferently, but if someone defeats the 3 strongest members of your Shen family, then even if your Shen family backs down today, no one would laugh at you? Looks like little brother is extremely confident of your strength. Shundong started laughing from extreme anger. You're too kind. Duan Lingtian replied without going red in the slightest. Since it's like this, then I, Shundong, will properly experience little brother's ability today. If you're able to defeat me, then I'll ask our Shen family's supreme elder to battle you. If you're able to defeat him, then the engagement between the Shen family and Ye family will be cancelled, and the Shun family won't look for trouble with the Ye family in the future. Shundong spoke in a magnanimous manner. Since Jinard Shen is so straightforward, then I'll experience it. Duan Lingtian smiled. He never imagined that Shundong would be so straightforward, and for a time, he had a rather good impression of Shundong. As expected of the patriarch of the number 1 clan in Drift Cloud Town, the Shun family. Little brother, please? Shundong nodded, and then he raised his hand, causing a 7-foot-long spear to appear in his hand. Instantly, origin energy coiled around the body of the spear before transforming into strands of gray and hazy energy. Spear concept? Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked, as it was the first time he'd seen someone that had comprehended intermediate spear concept. Spear concept belonged to an unorthodox concept, and it was much more difficult to comprehend than ordinary concepts. Whoosh! In the sky above Shindong, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the end. 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and they were lifelike as they accumulated force while waiting to attack. 4th level of the void interpretation stage. 4th level intermediate spear concept. Grade 3 spirit spear. Jinard Shun. You're the first person I've seen that has comprehended spear concept to such a level. Not to mention anything else, just this alone is enough for me to admire you. Duan Lingtian spoke with a sincere expression. Haha. Shundong stood ramrod straight with his spear in hand, and he laughed heartily. Being able to be praised by such an outstanding young expert like little brother, I, Shundong, can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right when Duan Lingtian and Shundong were in confrontation, numerous figures soared into the sky from within the Shun clan estate to converge with Shunlei. It was precisely the group of Shun clan elders and Shen clan disciples. In next to no time, They found out about everything that had occurred earlier from Xinlei, and they couldn't help but be moved. Numerous gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance. It was this young man that looked to be around the age of 25 that barehandedly received the full force slash of their Shun clan's third elder, Xinlei. Chapter 845. It's this kid who wants to help the Ye family break off the engagement? A young man in embroidered clothes looked at Duan Lingtian, who was confronting Shan Dong with a gloomy expression, and asked in a deep voice, "Is he even worthy of fighting my father?" This young man in embroidered clothes was precisely the man of the engagement between the Shin family and the Ye family. He was the Shun family's second young master. Shan'an, second young master. You mustn't underestimate him. Xinlei frowned. He had never liked this good-for-nothing rich kid, Shan'an. But when he heard Shan'an looking down on Duan Lingtian and his words, he felt slightly uncomfortable. After all, even he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Wasn't Shan'an belittling him by saying this? Third elder, I think you're old and useless. Shan'an glanced at Xinlei and mocked. His words were without the slightest fear of this Shun family's third elder, who was famous for his bad temper. Xinlei's face sank, but he could not do anything to Shan'an. In this lifetime, he had always done things his own way and was indifferent to life and death. Even if it was the Shin family's supreme elder who was in existence at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, he was similarly not afraid. However, because he owed the patriarch of the Shin family, Shundong, his life when he was young, it caused him to completely lose his temper before Shindong and even Shandong's relatives. Shin'an, the Shin family's second young master, was Shindong's youngest son. Out of consideration for Chandong saving his life all those years ago, he would never lose his temper before Chan'an, the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the phenomenon of heaven and earth above Shandong's head. Unknowingly, a sword had already appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a terrifying aura, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Next, with a command in his heart, the origin energy and second-level intermediate wind concept in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared at almost the exact same moment before fusing into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, as if it was crushing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. Whoosh! In the next moment, 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed when the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword activated the heaven and earth energy. Under Duan Lingtian's deliberate control, all of the ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the same time. For this reason, nobody noticed anything unusual. Nobody noticed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand and 150 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head as he confronted Shandong, who stood with his spear horizontally and 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. Even though Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Shandong in an instant by relying on his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, but Shindong's magnanimity from before caused Duan Lingtian to have a rather good impression of him. So he decided to use this method to battle Shindong and display his respect to Shandong. Even though it would be slightly difficult to obtain victory like this, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it. Moreover, using a strength that was similar to Shandong to battle Duan Lingtian could temper him to a certain extent, unless Shindong utilizes other concepts. Otherwise, I'll at most utilize first-level elementary sword concept to execute the 9 dragons radiant flash, and I'll absolutely not utilize lightning concept or earth concept. Once first-level elementary sword concept was utilized, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon. In this way, when Duan Lingtian attacked, it would similarly be comparable to the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons, and it was comparable to Shindong. Even if Shindong was slightly superior, he would only possess the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths more. That bit of difference could be completely disregarded. Fight! The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand faintly emitted strands of fierce aura. At the same time, an ancient horned dragon silhouette silently appeared in an inconspicuous corner in the sky above him. The strength of 151 ancient horned dragons was accumulating strength and waiting to be unleashed. Little brother, You're young and capable. Shundong admires you. Today, no matter the outcome, Shundong wants to invite you to my Shin family for a drink. Shundong, who stood with his spear horizontally, spoke in a clear voice, and the clothes on his body fluttered with the wind. Thank you, Jinard Shun. Duan Lingtian, who stood with his sword in hand, smiled as he nodded. Jinard Shin is really magnanimous. Duan Lingtian has already come to provoke him, yet he actually still wants to invite Duan Lingtian to drink. As expected of the patriarch of the Shen family, with such magnanimity, it's no wonder that the Shun family is the #1 clan in our Driftcloud town. The #1 clan in Driftcloud town. Merely this magnanimity of Jinard Shun's is worthy of his reputation. The surrounding crowd of spectators nodded successively, and their words were filled with admiration towards Shundong. Little brother, watch out. Suddenly, Shundong shouted out explosively. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd already dashed out with a speed so swift that only numerous clearly visible afterimages were left behind. Swoosh! A wave of terrifying piercing howls sounded out at practically the exact same moment. It was Shundong who'd instantly arrived before Duan Lingtian and abruptly swung out the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Bang! 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 Everywhere the long spear passed, it was like a WYRM leaving its cave, and it gave rise to a wave of deafening explosions. Everywhere the dragon head passed, it even fiercely collided with Duan Lingtian. The strength of 151 ancient horn dragons was completely unleashed. 9 dragons' radiant flash. At the instant Shundong finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already moved. He didn't choose to dodge because it was impossible for his speed to be faster than the spear in Shundong's hand. It was even to the extent that even if Shundong utilized his movement technique, it was still far from something he could compare to. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him now mainly relied on the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, and even though his cultivation was similar to Chandong and was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage as well, but his comprehension of concept was far inferior to Shundong. The speed of his movement technique relied on origin energy and concept. Due to the gap in their concepts, the speed he revealed when he executed his movement technique was bound to be far inferior to Shundong. Under this circumstance, he could only utilize his advantage. Quasi-royal grade spirit sword. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and stabbed out with his sword. A vast and enormous force gushed out from the sword and finally transformed into 3 divine dragons. 2 completely material divine dragons, and 1 divine dragon that looked extremely illusory. In an instant, the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons flashed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7-foot-long spear that Shundong pierced towards him had actually instantly slowed down, and this caused his heart to jerk. Could it be that Shundong noticed something? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 extreme flashes shot out from the 4 eyes of the 2 divine dragons, and their target was Shundong. Their speed was so swift that it was shocking. Whoosh. At the critical moment, Shundong seemed to be able to predict the future. The 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook, and the tip of the spear flashed like a meteor. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 7-foot-long spear that contained the spear concept that seemed to be able to penetrate everything consecutively stabbed out 5 times in an extremely short period of time. Although the speed of these 5 spears was not as fast as the extreme flashes, they were still a step ahead and pierced towards the space that the extreme flashes were about to pass through. When the first spear stabbed into the space, it just so happened that the first extreme flashes just happened to pass by and collided with it, shattering it. The second spear shattered the second extreme flashes. The third spear, the third flashes. The fourth spear, the fourth flashes. The fifth spear, there was no longer any extreme flashes that could shatter it. Whoosh! It was like a drop of water falling on a calm lake, causing the airflow in the air to ripple like the surface of a lake, forming circles of ripples. What a powerful martial skill! Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and stood still after his attack failed. He looked at Shundong, who was standing proudly in the distance, with a look of surprise on his face. Of course, the powerful martial skill was one thing. The most important thing was Shundong's reaction speed. Although Shundong's martial skill was strong, it was still inferior to his Nine Dragons Radiant Flash by quite a bit. The reason why he was able to block the 4 extreme flashes of light shot out by the Nine Dragons Radiant Flash was because of Shundong's terrifying reaction speed. 5 consecutive spears. The first 4 spears had shattered his 4 extreme flashes. Although the 5th spear missed, it was because there was nothing that could break it. Duan Lingtian believed that even if there were 5 extreme flashes at that time, it would be difficult for them to escape Shundong's 5th spear. It's the Shin family's Tian-level martial skill, 9 Thunderbolt Strikes. Soon, some of the onlookers could not help but exclaim. It is said that once the Shin family's 9 Thunderbolt Strikes is cultivated to the perfection realm, one can strike 9 times in an instant, 9 consecutive strikes. I also heard that in this 9 Thunderbolt Strikes, the first Thunderbolt Strike can only be regarded as a beginner, the 3 Thunderbolt Strikes can be regarded as a small success, the 5 Thunderbolt Strikes can be regarded as a great success, and the 9 Thunderbolt Strikes can be regarded as a great success. So, Jinard Shun's 9 Thunderbolt Strikes has been cultivated to the great success realm. The onlookers were discussing animatedly. They were surprised by Shundong's attainments in the 9 Thunderbolt Strikes. Tian-level martial skills were powerful, but they were also very difficult to cultivate. Everyone was well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate to the mastery stage, and it was precisely because of this that they sincerely admired Shundong in their hearts. Humph! Look at his attack. It seems that it is not bad. But in the end, wasn't it easily resolved by my father? What a waste. Chunan looked at Duan Lingtian from afar as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shunlei, who was beside him, twitched the corner of his mouth. Waste? This good-for-nothing dared to call that talented young man a waste? If Shin En was not Shindong's son, Shunlei would have scolded him. Second young master, you called him a waste. Do you think you can beat him? Suddenly, an aged figure appeared silently by Chan An's side, and it was only when he spoke that Chen An and the other members of the Chen clan were jolted awake. Grand Supreme Elder. Looking at the old man with white hair and white eyebrows, the Shin family members bowed respectfully. Grand Supreme Elder. When Shannon saw the old man, his expression changed slightly. He quickly bowed his head. Seeing this, Shunlei could not help but laugh. In such a large family, apart from clan leader Shindong and the eldest young master who had joined a powerful force, only the Grand Supreme Elder could control the second young master. Second young master, you haven't answered me. Do you think you can beat him? The Grand Supreme Elder asked Shan En again. His old face was very serious. Shinnen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was not a brainless person. That young man in purple who looked to be about the same age as him was obviously an expert on the same level as his father. Chapter 846. Second young master, what right do you have to call him trash? You just admitted that you're not as good as him. Doesn't that mean you think you're worse than trash? The Great Supreme Elder did not let him off easily and said word by word. Great Supreme Elder, it's my fault. Shinnen took a deep breath and lowered his head. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man in purple who was confronting his father, Shundong. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not dare to hate the Great Supreme Elder of the Shin family, so he could only vent all his dissatisfaction on Duan Lingtian. Humph! The Great Supreme Elder snorted, and then looked at the young man in purple in the distance. His eyes were very serious. Little brother, your strength is admirable. Although Shindong blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, he was not complacent at all. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere face. May I ask what's your name, little brother? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian held the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand tightly and looked at Shandong with a slightly serious face. In terms of speed, even though Chandong's 9 Thunder Strikes was far inferior to the extreme inch of light shot out by his 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, but with Chandong's terrifying insight, it was still able to block his extreme inch of light. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's palms were sweating. He had not felt this way for a long time. this feeling of not being sure whether he would win or lose. However, this feeling had completely stirred up the blood in Duan Lingtian's body that had been silent for a long time. Then, it gradually began to boil. Duan Lingtian, 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 Ling Yutian, Ling Yutian, good name. Shundong praised. Then, the 7-foot-long spear in his hand shook again. His eyes instantly became fierce. Brother Lingtian, let's go again. Okay. Duan Lingtian answered straightforwardly. He held the 3-foot-long spear in his hand tightly and stared straight at Shundong. The wind blew. Fight. Shundong moved. It was as if he had turned into a gust of wind and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, who had no intention of moving. He shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand and quickly swept toward Duan Lingtian. 9 thunder strikes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Even though Shundong and Duan Lingtian appreciated each other, his successive 5 spear strikes had struck out at practically the exact same time, and they were aimed directly at the 5 vital points on Duan Lingtian's body without holding back in the slightest. Perhaps it was precisely because he appreciated Duan Lingtian's talent that he went all out. This was also because he had to respect to Duan Lord. Come by the way. Duan Lingtian's was by Duan Masters, Duan by Duan's by Duns, by Duan's S by Duan by Duan Dun, have by Sword Duan's by Duan do, by Duan by Dun. Whoosh! Just a single sword slashed through the sky, and it carried the strength of 151 ancient horned dragons as it blocked the successive 5 spear lights of Shundong and shattered them one by one. What a fast sword! Shundong's pupils shrank. His figure flashed as he hurriedly retreated. He could tell that the sword skill Duan Lingtian had just displayed was an extremely low-level sword skill. It might not even have reached the earth level. However, it was this kind of sword skill that could achieve miraculous results in close combat. Even many heaven-rank martial skills might not be as fast as it in close combat. Haha, Jinart Shin, come again. Duan Lingtian laughed heartily and called out to Shundong. Then, he and Shundong started fighting again. Sword drawing technique. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have been bestowed with life by him. Every time it flashed out, it was as if it was assisted by the gods as it collided with the grade 3 spirit spear in Shundong's hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shundong's spear was like an enraged dragon leaving its lair. Combined with the 9 thunder strikes, its might was formidable. The 5 consecutive spear strikes coupled with his powerful observation ability allowed him to be in an invincible position in the battle with Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian's sword was like a gentle breeze as he used the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash and the sword-drawing technique. Of course, if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't use the sword-drawing technique. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian noticed that his comprehension of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was gradually deepening, and he sought a breakthrough in the intense battle. Duan Lingtian wielded his sword, while Shundong wielded his spear. The battle between the two of them lasted for half an hour, and the onlookers were dazzled by the battle. Where did this young man come from? He's actually able to fight to a draw with Jinart Shun. It seems like he's someone the Ye family found. This time, they're here to break off the engagement with the Shin family. However, based on the current situation, I'm afraid they won't be able to break off the engagement. The Ye family is done for. The onlookers let out a sigh. In their opinion, since the backer the Ye family found couldn't do anything to the head of the Shin family, it was impossible for him to do anything to the most powerful Grand Supreme Elder of the Shin family. This time, the Ye family came to break off the engagement, and it would definitely end in a tragedy. Moreover, the Ye family would most likely have to face the wrath of the Shin family. After all, the Ye family had humiliated the Shin family this time. Brother Duan. In the distance, Yi Ting's face alternated between green and white. He clenched his fists tightly, and his mind was tense. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the purple figure in the distance. The sighs that came to his ears caused Yi Ting's heart to be in a mess. He suddenly felt that he might have made the wrong bet. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a sword whistling, which was even more ear-piercing than before, interrupted Yi Ting's thoughts and attracted Yi Ting's attention. Then, Yi Ting saw something that shocked him. The young man in purple in the distance drew his sword again, and 3 divine dragons appeared. This time, the eyes of the 3 divine dragons shot out extreme rays of light. A total of 6 extreme rays of light pierced through the air. They were so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't catch them at all. 9 thunderbolt strikes. In the face of Duan Lingtian's 9 dragons' radiant flash, Shundong instantly drew out his spear. 5 consecutive strikes of his spear shattered the 5 extreme rays of light. However, he didn't rejoice because of this. Looking at the 6th extreme ray of light that swept over in an instant, the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Am I going to lose in the end? As he sighed in his heart, Shundong felt the 7-foot-long spear in his hand vibrate, and the vibration cracked the web between his thumb and index finger. He couldn't help but let go of the long spear in his hand. You won. Shundong grabbed the long spear with his other hand and looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. He then asked, I really didn't expect that you would raise your martial arts technique to a new level. It was because Duan Lingtian had raised his martial arts technique to a new level and displayed 6 extreme rays of light that he was defeated in one move. He was very clear about this point in his heart, but he was sincerely convinced. Thank you for letting me win. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and casually put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword away. The 151 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head instantly disappeared. Jinard Shun was defeated? This young man actually defeated Jinard Shun? It seems like he had a breakthrough in his martial arts technique, and that's why he defeated Jinard Shun in one move. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's victory shocked the spectators, including the Shen family's elders and Shen family's disciples. Impossible. How could father lose to him? Shun kept shaking his head. He was in a daze and was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. Soon after, Shun seemed to have recalled something and returned to his senses. He snorted coldly. So what if he defeated my father? My father's strength is inferior to the Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, this fellow helped the Ye family to provoke our Shun family. You must teach him a lesson. Shunan looked at the white-haired and white-browed old man nearby. He was the Shun family's Supreme Elder and said flatteringly, "Humph." The Shun family's Supreme Elder snorted coldly. It was unknown if he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Shan or Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance. The Shun family's clan leader has been defeated. According to the agreement between the Shun family's clan leader and Duan Lingtian, the Shin family's Supreme Elder will make a move. The Shin family's clan leader ought to go invite the Shin family's Supreme Elder now. Although that Duan Lingtian defeated the Shin family's clan leader, it was extremely difficult. The Shin family's Supreme Elder is in existence at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage, and his strength far surpasses the Shin family's clan leader. It's impossible for this Duan Lingtian to be a match for him. The Ye family will be unable to escape calamity in the end. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. Brother Lingtian, so long as you're able to defeat our Shun family's Supreme Elder, I'll keep my promise. But I have to remind you that the strength of our Shun family's Supreme Elder is far stronger than me. If he exerts his full strength, it's sufficient to defeat me in a single move. Shundong looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a serious expression. Jinard Shun, since I've decided to help the Ye family, I'll naturally help them until the end. Ask your Shin family's Supreme Elder to come out. Duan Lingtian was magnanimous as he stood there proudly and fearlessly, truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Shundong shook his head and sighed, yet he didn't say anything. He turned around to look at the white-haired and white-browed old man that stood at the front of the Shin family and said respectfully, Supreme Elder, about today's matter, I roughly already know the sequence of events for today's matter. Since someone came to slap our Shin family's face, then our Shin family naturally can't be a coward. The old man interrupted Shin Dong and instantly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. Senior, you're the Shin family's Supreme Elder? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted slightly as if he was shocked by the old man's speed. Exactly. The old man nodded. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators were surprised. He's the Shin family's supreme elder? I saw him standing on the Shin family side since long ago, but I never imagined that he's the Shin family's supreme elder. With the speed Senior revealed earlier, if I'm not wrong, Senior ought to have already broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage now, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the old man and asked bluntly, 6th level of the void interpretation stage. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the surroundings went deathly silent, and the gazes of everyone descended onto the white-haired and white-browed old man in unison. Little fellow, your eyesight isn't bad. The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise, and his words obviously confirmed Duan Lingtian's words. For a time, the surroundings were in an uproar. The Shin family's supreme elder has broken through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. The number 1 expert of Driftcloud Town really deserves his reputation. Chapter 847. 6th level of the void interpretation stage? Yiting stood at the side. At this moment, he seemed to be out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere. At the same time, his face was completely gloomy. The Ye family is finished. Yiting's eyes were filled with sadness as he muttered to himself, I, Yiting, have let down the ancestors of the Ye family. Senior, can we begin? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man with a calm expression and asked, You know that our Supreme Elder is a 6th level void interpretation stage powerhouse, yet you still dare to make a move? You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. Shinan looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and mocked. Duan Lingtian glanced at Shun indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the old man. Little fellow, your cultivation has already broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage at such a young age. Your innate talent is really rare. As long as you promise not to interfere in the matters of the Ye family, my Shin family will let bygones be bygones and even treat you as an honored guest. How about it? The old man asked with a calm tone. His tone was filled with the intention of cherishing talent. The old man's words shocked the surrounding crowd to the point they were in an uproar. Never had they imagined that the supreme elder of the Shin family would actually value Duan Lingtian so much. However, with a quick thought, they came to an understanding. Duan Lingtian's innate talent was indeed worthy of being valued by anyone. Senior, I'm used to seeing things through to the end. Duan Lingtian tactfully declined the old man's good intentions. Since it's like this, then accompany this old man to loosen up my bones. I haven't fought for many years. The old man twisted his neck, and the origin energy on his body rose up and caused the heaven and earth energy to surge. In a short moment, it formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. In the sky, 80 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Whoosh! Soon, the milky white origin energy on the old man's body changed and instantly transformed into a fiery red ocean that enveloped the old man. Raging flames shot up into the sky. In the sky, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed as another 60 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 5th level intermediate concept of fire. At some point in time, a giant hammer appeared in the old man's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the giant hammer was submerged in the sea of fire and burned brightly. Whoosh! Another 55 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification effect of the giant hammer that was a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was ready to be unleashed. When the old man attacked with his full strength, his strength was comparable to the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Duan Lingtian, there was a total of 44 ancient horned dragon strength. They were not on the same level at all. If there were no surprises, Duan Lingtian's defeat was a foregone conclusion. This was also the thought in the hearts of the onlookers. It's over. It's over. Yiting looked at the scene in front of him and was completely disheartened. If not for the many pairs of eyes watching him, he would have secretly run away. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would probably be defeated in a single move when encountering the supreme elder of the Shin family. When Duan Lingtian was defeated, it would be the time when the Ye family was doomed. Senior, please. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood with his hands behind his back. Not only did he not circulate his origin energy and concept to accumulate strength, he did not even take out his spirit weapon. Little fellow, looks like you don't take this old fellow seriously. Today, let this old fellow teach you proper manners. When he saw Duan Lingtian acting so casually, the old man naturally believed that Duan Lingtian was looking down on him. He instantly shouted in a low voice and moved, his figure vanishing into the air. Of course, he did not truly vanish, but his speed was too fast. It was so fast that most of the people present could not catch a trace of the old man's figure. Although most people could not catch a trace of the old man's figure, it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not. Besides the old man, Duan Lingtian and the patriarch of the Shin family, Shundong, had the highest cultivation. Although the old man's speed was fast, they could still clearly catch a glimpse of it. 1,000 illusions. Without any hesitation, a dim light flickered in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. His vast spiritual energy pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul and executed his exclusive soul skill. His spiritual force swept out through the soul brand to construct an illusory space that enveloped down with Duan Lingtian at the center. All of this was naturally invisible to the onlookers. The surrounding crowd only saw the supreme elder of the Shen family appear in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye and raise the enormous hammer that was coiled with blazing flames above his head. Looks like Duan Lingtian has given up on resisting. He's courting death. The surrounding crowd shook their heads. When they saw that Duan Lingtian had not utilized his origin energy or concept until now, they only thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death. However, in the next moment, their pupils could not help but constrict. They were shocked to see that after the supreme elder of the Shun family raised the enormous hammer that was coiled with blazing flames above his head, he actually did not smash it down towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The supreme elder of the Shen family's enormous hammer did descend, but it smashed towards the space not far away from Duan Lingtian. The hammer that contained the strength of 195 ancient horned dragons shook the air to the point the airflow in the air swiftly compressed together. Bang! Finally, the airflow exploded, and a deafening sound of air exploding resounded out. Some of the surrounding people with comparatively lower cultivations were shaken by this sound of air, exploding to the point they bled from all 7 apertures and could not help but let out shrill cries. Along with the sound of air exploding out, a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions and set off a wave of scorching heat. The clothes of some people that were closer to the explosion even started to burn. My clothes are on fire. Who has comprehended water concept? Help me put out the fire quickly. My legs have been burned to the point I can't feel them. It's almost reaching my family jewels. Ah! Help! Help! For a time, the surrounding people whose clothes were on fire screamed out shrilly. Whoosh! Before the crowd could even react, the enormous hammer in the hand of the Shun family's supreme elder descended once again. This time, he turned around and smashed towards the space on the other side. Run quickly. The supreme elder of the Shin family has gone mad. Run quickly. Instantly, the surrounding people fled one after another, leaving behind a large empty space for a time. Bang! The enormous hammer smashed into the space and set off a terrifying sound of air exploding once again. It shook many people to the point they bled from all 7 apertures. At the same time, it set off a terrifying wave of air that swept out in all directions. The wave of air contained the scorching aura of flames, causing the surrounding people to feel extremely hot. Many people were so hot that they were sweating profusely. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked at the supreme elder of the Shun family as if nothing had happened. The sound of air exploding and the heat wave had no effect on him at all. Bang! 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 The supreme elder of the Shen family continued to smash his hammer, causing the surrounding people to retreat one after another. They did not dare to approach him. The remaining people who were relatively close to him were a group of martial artists at the void interpretation stage and above. The patriarch of the Shin family, Shundong, was among them. Shindong had been stunned for a long time. He only managed to regain his senses at this moment. Looking at the Supreme Elder who was still madly smashing the enormous hammer in his hand in the air, he hurriedly reminded him, "Supreme Elder, wake up." Unfortunately, no matter what method he used, he was unable to make the Grand Elder of the Chun family regain his senses. What's wrong with the Supreme Elder? Everyone from the Shin family was dumbstruck, and they did not know what had happened. Damn it! Since when did the Grand Supreme Elder suffer from the illness of losing his mind? That Duan Lingtian is really lucky and just happened to encounter the Supreme Elder losing his mind. Otherwise, he would surely be dead this time. Shunan spoke with a gloomy expression. Impossible. The Supreme Elder absolutely did not lose his mind. I think that the reason the Supreme Elder is like this is because of that Duan Lingtian. Shun Lei stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he spoke of his own judgment. How could this be possible? Shunan did not believe it, and he sneered. Third Elder, I admit that your strength is extremely strong, but only brute force is useless. That Duan Lingtian is merely at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. How could he make the Supreme Elder, who is at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, like this? Although I don't know how he did it, but could it be that you don't think it's strange? Shinlei spoke in a low voice. Earlier, even when he discerned that the Supreme Elder was a 6th-level void interpretation stage expert, that Duan Lingtian did not have any terrified or fearful expression, and he instead seemed to be extremely confident and composed. Besides that, even when the Supreme Elder revealed his strength and utilized all his ability to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form 195 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, that Duan Lingtian was not prepared at all. Not only did he not withdraw his spirit weapon, he even did not utilize his origin energy or concept. At that time, my thoughts were the same as yours and the thoughts of everyone present. We only thought that Duan Lingtian was courting death, but now it would seem that he was absolutely not courting death, and he had a way to deal with the Supreme Elder. Just like now, he's standing not far from the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder doesn't seem to be able to see him. Instead, he's attacking the air. What does this mean? It means that all of this was done by him. After Shan Lei finished speaking, it caused Shan to go silent as well. Everyone in the Shin family nodded in succession, and they all felt that what Shin Lei said was reasonable. At the same time, their hearts were filled with surprise. Never had they imagined that their Shun family's 3rd elder, who had always been known for his rough and violent temper, would actually have such a meticulous side to him. Shun Lei's judgment quickly entered into the ears of the others, and it caused them to nod in succession. Looks like the Ye family really came prepared this time. I truly never imagined that the young man invited by the Ye family would be so terrifying. Not only did he defeat the Shun family's patriarch in a head-on battle, he even relied on unfathomable methods to make the Shun family's Supreme Elder seem as if he'd gone mad. The Ye family is going to be in the limelight this time. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Many people who were familiar with Yiting even flew towards the stunned Yiting and greeted him warmly. Haha. Patriarch of the Ye family, long time no see. Patriarch of the Ye family, you should still remember me, right? I'm Old Wong, and we even had a meal together half a month ago. Patriarch of the Ye family. Chapter 848. Naturally, he knew these people. Not long after he and Duan Lingtian had arrived in the sky above the Shin family's mansion and shouted out those provocative words to the Shin family, he had noticed these people mixed in with the crowd of onlookers. At that time, he had clearly seen the gazes of these people when they looked at him. It was a gaze that could not wait to sever all ties with him and was deeply afraid of getting into trouble. In fact, before this moment, none of these people who used to call him brothers had even taken the initiative to greet him, even if it was just a single sound transmission. Now, Duan Lingtian had the Shin family's Grand Elder, the most powerful person in the Shin family, in the palm of his hand. Seeing that the Ye family had gained power, these people could not wait to come forward. For a moment, Yiting felt his heart turn as cold as ice. Of course, Yiting did not ignore these people because these people were more or less related to the Ye family. His Ye family still had many things to rely on them. Patriarch of the Ye family. Who is that? A group of people surrounded Yi Ting and sized up the purple-clothed young man from afar. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect as they asked Yi Ting curiously. After all, this purple-clothed young man had come with Yi Ting to stand up for the Ye family. He is my daughter's friend, Yi Ting said with a smile. Now, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Earlier, when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength could not possibly defeat the Shin family's Grand Elder, his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was no longer as high-spirited as he was when he first arrived. However, just when he was completely disheartened and felt that the Ye family was about to be destroyed, Duan Lingtian made such a move for him. For a moment, his heart that had fallen from heaven to hell had once again soared from hell to heaven. He knew that his daughter was saved. The Ye family was saved. Is he a friend of your daughter? Immediately, the eyes of the people around Yi Ting lit up. Some of them even asked ambiguously, Head of the Ye family, is it possible between him and your daughter? If your Ye family can get such a good son-in-law, you can completely override the Shin family and become the #1 family in Drifting Cloud Town. When Yi Ting heard this, he looked at the purple-clothed youth standing proudly in the distance and smiled bitterly. He could see that his daughter had a good opinion of this handsome and outstanding young man. Judging from his daughter's opinion alone, it was entirely possible for them to develop a relationship. But the problem was, the other party had no intention of doing that at all. He was an experienced person, so he could naturally see that this young man's love for his daughter came from the love of an older brother to his younger sister. There was nothing else in it. I'm afraid that he won't take a fancy to my daughter. Yi Ting sighed. He knew that for a proud son of heaven like Duan Lingtian, his daughter was destined to be just a passerby in his life. When they heard Yi Ting's words, the surrounding people were not surprised. Even if he can't marry your daughter, with his friendship with your daughter, as long as he remembers to visit the Ye family in Drifting Cloud Town often, it will be enough to ensure the peace of your Ye family for the rest of your life. Another person said, Yes, head of the Ye family, your daughter has really met a benefactor this time. Everyone looked at Yi Ting with envy. When Yi Ting heard this, his mood improved a lot. Boom, 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 boom. The Grand Elder of the Shin family was still waving the giant hammer in his hand. As the hammer fell, a terrifying explosion sounded in the air and set off rolling heat waves. Now, the Grand Elder of the Shin family was like a madman in the eyes of the surrounding people. Brother Ling Tian, what did you do to the Grand Elder? Finally, the head of the Shin family, Shundong, gave up on the idea of waking the Grand Elder. Earlier, he had not only tried to wake the Grand Elder with words, but he had also tried to subdue the Grand Elder. However, every time he tried to get close to the Grand Elder would hit him with his hammer. He was so frightened that he did not dare to get close to the Grand Elder again. In the end, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only lower his head and compromise with Duan Lingtian. What? Jinart Shun, are you going to represent the Shin family and admit defeat? If that's the case, do you still remember the agreement between us? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile. Chun Dong laughed bitterly, and then he nodded. Yes, we lost. From today onwards, the engagement between the Ye family and the Shun family is cancelled. Father, Shun Un, who was standing in the middle of the Shin family in the distance, suddenly changed his expression. He took a step forward and roared furiously, I don't agree. Yi Xian is my fiancé. I don't agree to cancel the engagement. Duan Lingtian frowned and looked at Shun Un. So this person was the playboy of the Shin family who was engaged to Yi Xian. No wonder he felt that this person was hating him. It turned out that he was the person involved. Duan Lingtian ignored Shun An's roar. Instead, he looked at Shun Dong calmly. He believed that Shun Dong would solve this matter. Shut up. Chen Dong glared angrily at Chen and as he scolded with a cold voice. Second brother, put away those tricks of yours. From now on, if you dare to say another word, get out of the Shin family immediately. After being scolded by Shindong, Shun An was dumbfounded. However, he didn't dare to say anything else. What a joke. Get out of the Shin family? He wouldn't dare to do that even if he was beaten to death. After leaving the Shin family, he was nothing. On this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. Shin and stared at Duan Lingtian with hatred. He gritted his teeth and his heart was filled with hatred. It's all because of Duan Lingtian. It's all because he meddled in other people's business. At this moment, Shun En couldn't wait to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian could toy with the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shin family, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Duan Lingtian, I will definitely not let you off. Definitely. Shan An's eyes were filled with a sinister glow as he roared furiously in his heart. Brother Lingtian, the marriage agreement between the Ye family and the Shin family no longer exists from today onwards. In addition, the Shun family will not cause trouble for the Ye family because of this matter. Shundong looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. After saying this, he looked at the old man who was still crazy and laughed bitterly. Now, can you let the Grand Supreme Elder return to normal? He's more normal than anyone else, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, he used his spiritual power and withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. The illusory space that enveloped the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shun family also dissipated. Naturally, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shun family didn't go crazy. He was only attacking the imaginary him in the illusory space. After the illusory space disappeared, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shun family saw Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the huge hammer in his hand and wanted to attack again. Brother Lingtian, what are you doing? I've already done as you said. Why are you still not letting the Grand Supreme Elder go? A familiar and deep voice entered the ears of the Grand Supreme Elder of the Shun family, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Family head, what did you say? You asked him to let me go? The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shin family frowned and looked at Shundong. Then, he scolded angrily. Fool, didn't you see that he could only dodge my attacks? If you give me more time, I'll definitely smash him into a meat patty. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shun family scolded Shundong. For a moment, Shundong was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. Grand Supreme Elder, are you awake? I've been awake all this time. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Shin family frowned and said impatiently, Okay, go play somewhere else. After I smash this hateful guy into a meat patty, we'll talk about it again. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to attack Duan Lingtian again. Jinard Shin, if this senior attacks again, I don't mind letting him go crazy again. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he spoke directly to Chen Dong. Don't. Shun Dong panicked. He quickly stood in front of Duan Lingtian and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. He looked at the old man with a bitter smile. Grand Supreme Elder, you've already lost. There's no need to continue this battle. What do you mean I've already lost? Family head, how old are you? Have you become muddle-headed? The old man snorted with dissatisfaction. Supreme Elder, if you don't believe me, you can ask Second Elder, Third Elder, and the others. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian stood there, from the beginning until the end, you didn't touch him at all, and only attacked the air by yourself. Shundong was really afraid that the old man would attack Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian would definitely use his unpredictable methods to deal with the old man. Who knew if Duan Lingtian's technique would leave behind any side effects when it was used on a person? The Grand Supreme Elder was the backbone of the Shin family. He couldn't afford to lose him. What? Hearing Shundong's serious words, the old man was stunned. How is that possible? I was clearly chasing after that brat just now, but he was running fast, so I didn't hit him. When did I attack the air? Grand Supreme Elder, what the family head said is true. At this moment, Shinlei looked at the old man and smiled wryly. Yes, Grand Supreme Elder, we saw it with our own eyes. The other members of the Shin family nodded, proving that what Shindong and Shinlei said was true. For a moment, the old man couldn't help but fall silent. He also noticed the gazes that swept over him. He faintly realized that he might have really done those ridiculous things just now. Suddenly, the old man's mind flashed. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a complicated gaze, Did I fall into the illusion that you created just now? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't deny it, but I clearly didn't sense any aura of an inscription or an inscription formation. The old man frowned. Although he wasn't an inscription master, he was confident that he could easily sense the aura of an inscription or an inscription formation. I didn't use an inscription or an inscription formation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. This is a technique that I have mastered. As for what technique it is, it's inconvenient for me to tell you. Hearing this, the old man sighed and turned around to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the Shun family's mansion. Brother Lingtian, how about coming to the Shun family's mansion for a chat? Chapter 849. Okay. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shindong's forthrightness and magnanimity, so he immediately agreed. Yeah, family head, please help me pass the message to Xiaoxian. Also, I may have to stay with the Ye family for a while. Duan Lingtian looked at Yiting and said with a smile, this time, Ye family head, you won't ask me to leave the Ye family again, right? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the surrounding people were petrified. The head of the Ye family, Yiting, once asked Duan Lingtian to leave the Ye family? Is Yiting crazy? That's right. You can't find such a guest even if you break a lantern, but he actually asked him to leave the Ye family? Immediately, many people looked at Yiting with a strange expression. They would never have thought that the head of the Ye family, Yiting, would treat Duan Lingtian that way. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not care about the past. Otherwise, would the Ye family still exist? No, of course not. Yiting hurriedly shook his head with a bitter smile. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was so powerful, he would not have dared to treat Duan Lingtian that way even if he was given 100 times more courage. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. If his daughter and Duan Lingtian did not have a close relationship, he was afraid that he would not have been able to escape this calamity. Brother Lingtian, if you don't mind, you can stay with the Shin family for as long as you want. What do you think? Hearing that Duan Lingtian was going to stay in Drift Cloud Town for a while, Shandong's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to invite him. Hearing Shandong's invitation, Yiting's face sank, but he didn't dare to say anything. It was not up to him to decide where Duan Lingtian would go. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to stay in the Shin family, there was nothing he could do. Now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would return to the Ye family for a period of time for his daughter's sake. In that case, the Ye family's status in Drifting Cloud Town would definitely rise. As the head of the family, he had many things to consider. Thank you for your kindness, Geenard Shan. However, the daughter of the Ye family is my good friend. I have already promised her that as long as I don't leave Drift Cloud Town, I will stay with the Ye family. Duan Lingtian said to Shandong. That's too bad. Shandong sighed and then called out, Brother Lingtian, please. Seeing Duan Lingtian and Shandong swooping down and entering the Shin family's mansion, Shan-an, who was walking among the Shin family's people, looked even more gloomy. Duan Lingtian, if you have the guts, then stay in Drift Cloud Town. When my eldest brother comes back, I will let his master teach you a lesson. Shin-an's face was cold, his eyes flashed, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yiting breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Ye family head, congratulations. From now on, your Ye family will be different from before. Many people congratulated. Ye family head, I'm sorry about last time, but we really need that batch of goods urgently. How about this? We will rush out another batch of goods after a while, and sell them to your Ye family at half price. Another person said to Yiting with a flattering smile, Boss who, if we sell them at half price, won't your Chamber of Commerce suffer a great loss? The cost of that batch of goods is more than half price, right? Yiting looked at the person who spoke in shock. Hee. Ye family head, I won't beat around the bush. It doesn't matter if I give you that batch of goods. However, you have to introduce me to that little brother. The latter laughed mischievously. In the main hall of the Shin family's mansion, Duan Lingtian sat at the head of the table, and below him sat the Shin family head, Shandong, and the third elder, Shin Lei. Brother Lingtian, may I ask where you are from? Shindong asked curiously. Jinart Shin, didn't I tell you before that even if I told you where I came from, you wouldn't know? Duan Lingtian shook his head and then said, however, since you really want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I'm from the Dark Han Dynasty. Dark Han Dynasty? Shindong and Shunlei looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It was obvious that they had never heard of such a place. Shindong smiled awkwardly and then asked, then Brother Ling Tian, can you tell me what's your relationship with the Ye family? Shindong still felt slightly bad about Duan Ling Tian helping the Ye family to cause trouble today. Where did this little monster come from? Why did he have to help the Ye family? I owe Miss Ye family a favor. Duan Lingtian's answer was very straightforward, and then he added, this favor can't be repaid in my lifetime. Shindong originally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian say that he owed Miss Ye family a favor. He felt that Duan Lingtian had already repaid Miss Ye family's favor by causing trouble earlier. However, Shundong couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence. That Ye family's miss is really lucky. She actually made Brother Ling Tian owe her such a huge favor. I don't think she's lucky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled gently. She's very kind. If it wasn't for her, it's very likely that I'd be dead now. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shindong and Xinlei to turn pale with fright. According to Duan Lingtian's words, the Ye family's miss had actually saved his life? No wonder he said he couldn't repay it in his lifetime. So it was a life-saving grace. Brother Ling Tian, may I ask how the Ye family's miss saved you? Xinlei asked curiously. Shindong looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. He was obviously extremely curious as well. He knew of the Ye family's miss, and she was a little girl that hadn't even stepped into the void-prying stage. Logically speaking, it was utterly impossible for that little bit of strength to help Duan Ling Tian, let alone save Duan Ling Tian. Some time ago, when I was cultivating, my origin energy went astray and I suffered chi deviation. After that, I fainted outside Driftcloud Town, and it was she who brought me back to the Ye family. I slept for an entire 18 days before waking up today. If it wasn't for her, I might have already been eaten by those wild beasts, fierce beasts, and even demon beasts. When Duan Lingtian mentioned Yixin, the smile on his face was warm. He'd completely taken that kind little girl to be his own younger sister now. Actually, after he woke up today, he still felt a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, he'd encountered such a kind little girl. If it was another person with bad intentions, then that person would probably kill him for the sake of the spatial ring in his hand. The spatial ring in his hand had established ownership with his blood, and unless he took the initiative to remove the ownership, or perhaps he himself had died. Otherwise, it was impossible for others to establish ownership of the spatial ring a second time. It was precisely because of this that he felt gratitude from the bottom of his heart towards that kind little girl, Yixin. Shindong and Xinlei looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Never had they imagined that the ins and outs of the matter would actually be like this. They asked themselves if they encountered the unconscious Duan Lingtian, and under the circumstances that they didn't know the Duan Lingtian, they would probably take off the Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and kill the Duan Lingtian. After all, it was a windfall that came for free. The young miss of the Ye family is really kind. That little bastard of mine is indeed not worthy of her. Shindong sighed. When he heard Shindong mention that good-for-nothing son of his, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his face sank slightly. Jinart Shun, I admire your character, but in terms of teaching your son, I beg to differ. I heard that your son has practically committed all sorts of crimes in Driftcloud Town. Moreover, there were even many good girls that committed suicide or harmed themselves because of him. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body emitted a strong murderous aura. He knew that he wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to save the world or anything like that. However, the actions of that good-for-nothing son of the Shun family still crossed his bottom line. Brother Ling Tian, you're right. I didn't teach my son well. Shindong laughed bitterly. He was naturally clear about the things that his son had done, and had also taught him many times. Because of this, who knew how many vines he had broken? However, his son didn't repent, and he gradually became too lazy to care about him. Otherwise, what else could he do? Kill his own son with his own hands? Jinard Shun, for your sake, I won't care about what happened in the past. But from now on, if I hear that your son has done anything that infuriates the heavens again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he suddenly stood up. The current him was no longer in the mood to continue staying in the Shin family. Jinard Shun, third elder Shin, I'll take my leave. Duan Lingtian said goodbye to Shindong and Shinlei, and then left directly. When Shandong and Shinlei reacted, Duan Lingtian had already left the Shin family hall and disappeared in front of their eyes. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, after Duan Lingtian left, Shandong laughed. Family head, you. Shinlei was dumbfounded. He said that he was going to kill your son, and you're still laughing? From now on, I'll see if that little bastard still dares to mess around. Chen Dong muttered to himself, and then he directly left the Chen clan's main hall to look for his youngest son. All these years, his youngest son had been so bold because he was relying on the power of the Shin family. The Shin family was the #1 family in Drifting Cloud Town, and no one dared to provoke the Shin family. Now, there was someone who was not afraid of the Shin family threatening his son. This gave him hope. This time, there was finally someone who could control his son. He broke into the courtyard where Shannon lived and scolded Shannon, who had just returned and had not even warmed his seat. He also passed on Duan Lingtian's words to him. Without waiting for Shun and to come back to his senses, Shundong left in high spirits. Duan Lingtian. Shinan's expression was extremely ugly. He raised his hand and smashed the only stone table in the courtyard. He gritted his teeth and said, "Not only did you ruin the good thing between me and Yi Xian, you even dare to control me. I will definitely kill you. Definitely." Shun An's eyes were filled with a cold light as he gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Yeah, family mansion. Young Master Duan, family head and the elders have been waiting for a long time. Please come in." Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the gate when he was respectfully welcomed by a Ye family member. "Thank you, young Master Duan." As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of orderly and deafening voices, and when he raised his head to look over, he noticed that Yi Ting had actually led a group of people to bow and thank him in unison. Chapter 850. Patriarch of the Ye family. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian was shocked by the array of people in front of him. Most of the people around Yi Ting were elderly. In terms of age, they were old enough to be his grandfather. But now, these old men were bowing to him, which made him feel a little uneasy. "Brother Duan, thank you for what you have done for the Ye family. From today onwards, you are the most distinguished guest of the Ye family. If you need anything, the Ye family will do our best to help you." Yi Ting spoke with a serious expression. "Patriarch of the Ye family, you don't have to do this." Duan Lingtian shook his head and frowned. "Besides, I don't like this. Ask them to disperse. Xiaoxian, let's go back." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he called out to Yi Xian and left. At that moment, only Yi Ting and the rest were left with a bitter smile on their faces. The group of Ye family elders looked at Duan Lingtian's back as he left. Their faces were full of respect. They had heard about what had happened at the Shin family's mansion from the patriarch. It was the entire Ye family's blessing that this young man in purple was willing to stay with them, even though this was only temporary. "Elder brother Duan, I heard from my father. You are really amazing." On the way back, Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration and sighed. "If only I were as amazing as you, then I would be able to help my father protect the Ye family." "Silly girl, you are still so young." Duan Lingtian patted Yi Xian's head lovingly and smiled. "If you really want to cultivate, elder brother Duan will teach you a set of techniques." "Really?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up when she heard this. In her opinion, since elder brother Duan was so strong, the techniques that he brought out would definitely not be something that the Ye family's techniques could compare to. "Of course." Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded, as if he was coaxing a child. Of course, Yi Xian was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. In his eyes, she was no different from a child. In Duan Lingtian's memories, there was no lack of cultivation methods. He casually took out a set of cultivation techniques left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it was not something the Ye family's cultivation techniques could compare to. In addition, he could also teach Yixian some martial techniques that were suitable for her. He didn't lack pills or spirit tools, so he could easily refine them. To a certain extent, Yixian had saved his life and was his savior. Therefore, he would do his best to repay this great kindness. Of course, he also liked Yixian very much and completely treated Yixian as his own biological sister. If father and mother could give me a younger brother or sister, how good would that be? Duan Lingtian sighed. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He had no parents, not to mention brothers or sisters. He only had a group of comrades who had gone through fire and water with him, and in the end, all of them stayed on the battlefield forever. This was the most important reason why he chose to retire. In his previous life, he wished so much for a warm family, but that was destined to be a delusion. To be able to come to this world was undoubtedly a gift from the heavens. In this world, he had parents and people he cared about. If his parents could give him a younger brother and a younger sister, it would undoubtedly be even more perfect. Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed with the Ye family because he still didn't understand the situation outside Driftcloud Town. Who knew if he would encounter an expert he couldn't deal with once he went out and be directly killed. He wasn't alone now, so he didn't dare take the risk. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian had a certain understanding of the eastern area of the northern desert from Yixian. Firstly, there were a total of 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert. Of course, in the entire foreign lands, these 3 great forces could only be considered as third-rate forces because they were similar to the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect in the southern of the northern desert. The 3 great forces were the 5-Element Sect, Crimson Moon Sect, and Flying Sand Sect. I heard that the eldest young master of the Xin family, Chen Wei, entered the 5-Element Sect a long time ago. Yixian said, in our Driftcloud Town, everyone would give a thumbs up when Chen Wei is mentioned, but so long as his younger brother, Shun Un, is mentioned, then everyone would scoff at him. As she finished speaking, Yixian wrinkled her cute little nose. Shun Un was precisely that profligate disciple she was almost forced to marry. Chen Wei? 5-Element Sect? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He never imagined that the Xin family's patriarch, Shun Dong, would have such a promising son, and Chen Wei was a complete opposite of Shun Un. Since the 5-Element Sect was one of the 3 great forces in the eastern area of the northern desert, then it was presumably extremely strict when it recruited disciples. It was impossible for someone without a certain amount of natural talent and comprehension ability to join the sect. Looks like the saying that the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different isn't false in the slightest. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Right, elder brother Duan, when I went out yesterday, I heard of something. Yixian looked at Duan Lingtian, and her beautiful face carried slight worry. What is it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he saw Yixian's expression. I heard that in a few days, the members of the 5-Element Sect will be stopping by our Driftcloud Town, and they seem to be recruiting Void Interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. When she spoke up to hear, Yixian frowned. Besides Chen Wei, who's already entered the 5-Element Sect, there's probably no other Void Interpretation stage martial artist below the age of 40 in a small place like our Driftcloud Town. So, I guess that Chen Wei is amongst the members of the 5-Element Sect, and he's probably using this opportunity to come back and visit his family. Elder brother Duan, why don't you go lie low for a few days, as I'm worried Chen Wei will look for trouble with you. As she finished speaking, Yixian had a worried expression. The 5-Element Sect? Recruiting Void Interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Yixian, and then a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, causing him to be slightly excited in his heart. Could it be that the 5-Element Sect knows of the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he was. If it wasn't for this, would the 5-Element Sect send people to recruit disciples? Moreover, there were specific requirements. Below the age of 40? Void Interpretation stage martial artist? This was no different than the requirements the Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect had when they recruited disciples after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Looks like this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself in his heart. During these few days that he was with the Ye family in Driftcloud Town, he'd been thinking about how to leave so as to guarantee that he would be able to safely arrive at the Blade Sect and converge with Feng Tianwu and the others. He believed that his sudden disappearance would surely cause those friends of his to be extremely worried. Now, he finally had an opportunity. The Five-Element Sect was his opportunity. The Five-Element Sect is obviously making preparations for the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu. So long as I temporarily join the Five-Element Sect, I'll surely head to the secret vault left behind by the expert Emperor Wu. In that way, I'll be able to encounter the members of the Blade Sect, Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, and the others. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. I presume the Five-Element Sect probably won't refuse my entry. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident about this. Moreover, it was the time when the Five-Element Sect thirsted for geniuses, and it was utterly impossible for them to refuse his entry. Elder brother Duan, did you hear what I said? Yixin couldn't help but laugh bitterly when she noticed Duan Lingtian was in a daze, and she stretched out her hand to shake Duan Lingtian's arm. Only then did Duan Lingtian wake up from his daze. Xiao Xian, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and asked. Elder brother Duan, go lie low for the next few days. Chun Wei has a very good relationship with that good-for-nothing younger brother of his. If he really returns, he'll surely look for trouble with you. Yixin repeated once more, and her beautiful face was filled with anxiousness. Chun Wei? Is he very strong? Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Xiao Xian, don't forget, even the supreme elder of the Shen family was defeated by me. Could it be that Chun Wei is even stronger than the supreme elder of the Shen family? Elder brother Duan, Chun Wei might not be a match for you, but since the Five-Element Sect has come to recruit disciples, there'll surely be some seniors of the sect that came with Chun Wei. I heard that the weakest elder of the Five-Element Sect is in existence at the Void Transformation stage or above. Yi Xin spoke with a worried expression. Even though they aren't members of the Shen family, Chun Wei is a member of the Five-Element Sect. If Chun Wei asks them to lend a hand, I presume they won't refuse. She was most worried about this. Even though Chun Wei's strength wasn't bad, it was inferior to the supreme elder of the Shen family, and he wasn't a match for her elder brother Duan. But what about the seniors of the sect that traveled with Chun Wei? Even though she was only the young miss of the tiny Ye family in Driftcloud Town, but to her, the reputation of the Five-Element Sect reverberated like thunder, and it was an existence that the Ye family had to look up to. Don't worry, elder brother Duan knows what to do. Duan Lingtian was naturally able to discern that Yixin's concern came from the bottom of her heart, and warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. Then he said with a smile, Xiao Xian, I truly never imagined that you're so young, yet your thoughts are so meticulous. Do you have any plans for the future? I intend to stay by my father's side for my entire life and help him take care of the Ye family. Yi Xin spoke seriously. Could it be that you haven't thought of anything else? For example, leaving Driftcloud Town and joining one of the three great powers to properly experience the outside world. Duan Lingtian asked. Elder brother Duan, do you think you can join the three great powers just because you want to? Yixin laughed bitterly. 2 years ago, the Crimson Moon sect's people were widely recruiting disciples, and they passed by our Driftcloud Town and held an examination. But I was eliminated in the first round of the examination. Xiao Xian, believe in elder brother Duan. The current you is different from the previous you. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. During these few days of staying in the Ye family, besides passing on some cultivation methods and martial skills to Yixin, Duan Lingtian had repeatedly used gentle origin energy and spiritual energy to merge into Yixin's body and cleansed her meridians and marrow. That was an exclusive method recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and although it wasn't as effective as the 10,000-year stalactite milk, it wasn't bad either. Chapter 851. Elder brother Duan, what do you mean by this? Yixin had a bewildered expression. You'll find out in a few days. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Even though it was the first time he'd used that method to cleanse the meridians of another, he could confirm that it was effective. Because it was an exclusive method that Samsara Emperor Wu obtained by chance during his second lifetime, and it was only effective on people below the age of 18 whose meridians hadn't completely formed. Moreover, it required the cooperation of origin energy and spiritual force at the void interpretation stage, or above, to be able to successfully execute it. If he didn't encounter Yixian, Duan Lingtian wouldn't know that the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu had this thing. Now, it had come into use on Yixian. Of course, the exact effects of the meridian's cleansing had to wait for a few more days before Yixian would be able to feel it. Elder brother Duan, don't keep me in suspense. Quickly tell me. Yixian swung Duan Lingtian's arm as she spoke in a spoiled manner. Presently, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian who took her as his own younger sister. Even she took Duan Lingtian as her older brother, an older brother that she could completely trust. Little girl, you might not believe me even if I tell you now. You'll naturally notice in a few more days. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. All right, then I'll wait a few more days. Yixian let go of Duan Lingtian's arm and nodded obediently, and then she said, Elder brother Duan, it's fine if you don't go hide in a few days. But if Qinwei brings his seniors from the five-element sect over, you must hide and not come out. Little girl, you don't have to care so much about my matters. Quickly go cultivate. I'll be checking your progress in a few more days. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke, and as he finished speaking, he urged Yixian to enter her room to cultivate. Yes. Yixian stuck out her tongue playfully, then ran back to her room to cultivate, but forgot to close the door. This girl. Duan Lingtian revealed a tender expression as he helped Yixian close the door, and then he muttered to himself, perhaps I can consider bringing Shaoxian to the five-element sect as well. Based on Duan Lingtian's tone, it seemed as though bringing Yixian to the five-element sect was a very simple matter. Those who didn't know might think that the five-element sect was opened by his family. I ought to cultivate as well. I feel that I'm only a little bit away from breaking through to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. Once I break through, my strength will increase again. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian directly returned to his room and took out the wind concept fragment before holding it in his hand. He comprehended wind concept as he cultivated. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon transformation. Time silently flowed by, and 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Shen family estate. The Shen family was extraordinarily bustling today, and it was decorated with lanterns and decorations as if they were going to hold a happy occasion. Early in the morning, a long red carpet was laid out before the Shen family's entrance, and it was laid out all the way to the entrance of the Shen family's audience hall. On both sides of the red carpet, there was a servant girl standing at intervals. Not long after, the patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Dong, brought along his youngest son, Shen An, and the group of Shen family elders as they walked out of the entrance of the Shen family estate in a formidable array, and they stood at the entrance as if they were waiting for something. Father, it's Senior Ku and Big Brother. Suddenly, the gaze of Shen An lit up as he looked ahead with pleasant surprise. As he spoke, Shen An moved to greet the 2 people that were walking over from afar. It was a robust old man with a benevolent appearance and a young man around the age of 35. Senior Ku. Shen An took a few steps forward and stood respectfully on the other side of the old man, and he walked side by side with the old man. His tone was extremely humble, and he didn't have the slightest sharpness that he usually had. You're Shen An, Chun Wei's younger brother? The old man's muddy eyes lit up with a trace of brilliance as he asked amiably. Senior Ku, it's me. Shen An was obviously very happy that the old man was able to remember him. I remember that when I came to your Shen family all those years ago, you were only 7 or 8 years old, right? In the blink of an eye, that little kid from all those years ago has already grown up. The old man chuckled as he spoke. Qinwei, I remember that when I first came to your Shen family, it was precisely when you took me as your master. It seems to be 18 years ago, right? The old man looked at the young man beside him, who was Shen An's older brother, Qinwei, and asked. Qinwei had a tall figure, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. After he heard the old man's words, He lightly smiled and nodded. Yes, master. It's been 18 years. At that time, I was 17 years old, and little one was 7 years old. Time really makes one grow old. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. But unfortunately, during these 18 years, Arwood Peak is still the same as before, and we're suppressed by the other 3 peaks to the point of being unable to catch our breath. The old man sighed. Now, I only hope to be able to see the Wood Peak rise once more while I'm still alive. In that way, I wouldn't have any regrets. It's I who's useless. Chinwei spoke hastily. You can't be blamed for this. Early on 20 years ago, when the Peak Master was heavily injured and went into closed-door cultivation, Arwood Peak had already started to go downhill. I only hate the other 3 peaks for going too far. They seized the opportunity of the Peak Master's closed-door cultivation to coerce and lure away all the outstanding disciples of Arwood Peak, causing Arwood Peak to have no capable people in the younger generation. When he spoke up to hear, the old man's face flushed red, and he seemed to be slightly agitated. Master, calm down. I believe that Arwood Peak will surely be able to stand up once more. Master, I'll surely cultivate even more painstakingly in the future and not bring shame to the Wood Peak. Chinwei spoke seriously. All right, it's rare for you to make a trip home, so let's not talk about these unhappy things. The old man looked at the group of people waiting before him and the red carpet on the ground, and he couldn't help but sigh. Didn't I ask you to ask your father not to be so extravagant? You ought to know that Master doesn't mind this. So long as your family is safe and you're able to cultivate in the sect at ease, then Master is satisfied. Master, it's rare for you to come here, so don't mind these details. Chunwei lightly smiled as he said, Moreover, my father did this because he respects you. Yeah, Senior Ku, you fostered my big brother into a genius, so our Shin family ought to welcome you with the highest etiquette. Shunan spoke out as well. Good, good. The old man's face was covered in smiles as he arrived at the entrance of the Shin family estate under the escort of Chinwei and Shun, Elder Ku. Elder Ku. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the Shin family, led by the patriarch of the Shin family, Shun Dong, bowed to the old man in a humble manner. We're all family. There's no need to be courteous. The old man narrowed his eyes and grinned. Family. All the higher-ups of the Shun family instantly beamed with joy. Not everyone could be treated as family by an elder of the 5-element sect. Elder Ku, please come in. We've already prepared a welcoming banquet for you. Shundong personally and respectfully welcomed the old man into the Shin family estate. Eldest young master, we haven't seen each other for many years, and your cultivation has improved again, right? A group of Shin family elders warmly greeted Chinwei. They felt respect from the bottom of their hearts towards the number 1 person in the younger generation of the Shin family and the eldest young master of the 5-element sect. Greetings, elders. Chinwei lightly smiled as he replied. He didn't neglect these elders who had worked hard for the family for most of their lives just because he was a disciple of the 5-element sect. Eldest young master, please come in. The Shin family elders stood at the entrance of the Shin family estate and opened up a path for Chinwei to enter first. Elders, all of you are my elders, so all of you should enter first. If all of you don't enter, then I won't enter this house today. Chinwei seemed to be used to a scene like this, and he directly took out his trump card. Instantly, the group of Shun family elders smiled bitterly as they walked into the Shun family estate. However, their brows were filled with satisfaction towards the eldest young master of the Shun family. Chinwei and Shunan walked side by side behind the group of Shin family elders and walked into the Shun family estate. Brother! Suddenly, Shunan looked at Chinwei, and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes flickered with a fierce light. You must avenge me. If you don't avenge me, then I don't want to live anymore. Chinwei frowned, and his expression sank. What's going on? Speak clearly. Brother, a few days ago, I saw a young man from outside forcefully seizing a woman on the streets. I couldn't stand by idly and wanted to save that woman, but who knew that his strength was formidable, and he blasted me flying with a single palm strike, causing me to fall unconscious. Shunan spoke with a long face. There's someone in Driftcloud Town that our Shin family can't deal with? Chun Wei's expression sank slightly as he asked. Brother, that person said he was a disciple of the five-element sects would peak. So father and the elders didn't dare touch him. After all, you're in the five-element sects would peak as well. So father and the elders were afraid it would be difficult for you. So they didn't do anything to him. When Shinon spoke up to hear, he said hatefully, not to mention that. But never had I imagined that he actually forcefully seized the fiancée that I had an engagement with. Brother, I hate him so much. I'm so ruthless. As he finished speaking, Shun An's eyes were filled with frightening cold lights that seemed ready to swallow someone up. He said he's a disciple of our five-element sects would peak? He said it himself? Chunwei stopped moving and asked with a low voice. Yes. Shunan nodded, and then he said with a trembling voice, he said he's a high and mighty disciple of the five-element sect, and seizing my fiancée is thinking highly of me and is my fortune. Brother, he's too insulting. Did he say what his name was? Chun Wei's eyes were filled with extreme coldness as he asked with a cold voice. He said he's called Duan Lingtian. Shunan spoke hatefully. Duan Lingtian? Are you sure he's called by this name? Chun Wei frowned as he asked. Yes. Shunan nodded. I clearly remember every single word he said and every single insult he gave me. It's absolutely not wrong. Littlin, you and father might have been deceived by him. Arwood Peak doesn't have a disciple called Duan Lingtian. Chun Wei's voice became even colder. What? Shinan's face went grim. Then wouldn't he be a fellow that's pretending to be a disciple of the five-element sect? Brother, you have to take revenge for me. Take revenge for me. Do you know where he is now? Chun Wei's eyes flickered with cold lights as he asked. Chapter 852. I know. Shunan nodded hatefully and said with a grim voice, he forcefully seized the fiancée that had an engagement with me and forced her family to come to my Shin family before breaking off the engagement. After that, he has always been staying at my fiancée's house. A trace of a cold light faintly flickered in the depths of Shun An's gaze. But unfortunately, Chunwei didn't notice this. What? Chunwei's expression became even gloomier when he heard Shunan. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for that fellow that pretended to be a disciple of the five-element sects would peak and acted tyrannically, he might even be able to attend his younger brother's wedding this time. But now, he hadn't even attended the wedding, and his younger brother's fiancée had even been seized away. Since he was young, he doted on his younger brother the most, and he gave all the good food and fun things to his younger brother first. Now, when he heard his younger brother had suffered such humiliation, how could he endure it? Big brother, my fiancée is the daughter of the Ye family, Yixin. That fellow is in the Ye family now. You must take revenge for me. Shunan had a sorrowful expression as he added fuel to the fire, and then he stretched out his hand to pull on Chen Wei's arm before walking out hastily. Little and Big Brother knows that you're extremely furious, and Big Brother is extremely furious as well. How about this? I'll go greet Master and Father, and then I'll go with you to the Ye family. No matter what, Master came to our Shin family with great difficulty, and I can't leave him at the side as soon as I return. Chinwei stopped moving and spoke to Shunan. But how could Shunan allow him to go see his father? Once he saw his father, then wouldn't all the lies he spoke of earlier be exposed? Big brother, I've already endured for a very long time, and I don't want to endure any longer. If you don't want to take revenge for me, then I'll go myself. A wisp of a sly bright light flashed within Shan An's eyes, and then he let go of Chin Wei's arm before transforming into a gust of wind that charged out of the Shin family. Littlin, Chin Wei's expression changed. Worried about his younger brother's safety, he hurriedly chased after him. With his speed, it didn't take long for him to catch up with Shun and after leaving the Shin family. I'll go with you. It just so happens that I want to see that person that dares to pretend to be a disciple of our five-element sects would peek and bully others. Because of Shun An's tearful narration just now, his heart was already burning with anger. He couldn't wait to immediately go to the Ye family and expose that person's true colors. It wasn't just that. He wanted to cripple that person's cultivation and bring him back to the five-element sect, and there would peak. As far as he was concerned, since that person had actually dared to impersonate a disciple of the Wood Peak and commit acts that infuriated the heavens, then the enforcement elder of the Wood Peak must personally deal with that person. Only in this way would he be able to completely clear the Wood Peak's name. Brother, the entire Yef family has been suppressed by the Duan Lingtian using force. They only listen to his orders. So, when we go over later, the Yef family will definitely chase us away. They were forced to act in that way, so you must not blame them. Shunan spoke to Chen Wei with a heavy expression, yet there was slight complacency mixed within the depths of his gaze. What? Chen Wei was slightly shocked when he heard this. The Yef family was suppressed by his force? Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian is only a young man? According to my knowledge, the Yef family's patriarch is in existence at the third level of the void interpretation stage. Could it be that even the Yef family's patriarch is unable to deal with him? Shun An's expression changed imperceptibly, yet he quickly recovered and sighed. Brother, there's something you don't know. That Yef family's patriarch passed away 3 years ago. So that's how it is. Chen Wei nodded, and then he couldn't help but sigh. I remember that when I returned 4 years ago, I'd once paid a visit to the Yef family's patriarch. At that time, I didn't notice anything wrong with him. Why did he pass away so quickly? It's truly a pity. I heard he encountered a formidable enemy outside and was heavily injured, leaving behind a hidden illness, and then he wasn't able to hold on and left. Shunan secretly wiped off his cold sweat as he continued. Brother, when you returned 4 years ago, you'd already broken through to the void interpretation stage. What's your cultivation now? Shunan seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask. I just broke through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage last month. Chen Wei said. Yes. Shunan nodded, yet he thought in his heart, Brother is only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage now, and he's surely not a match for Duan Lingtian. But I never thought that Brother would be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian is an existence that can even defeat a supreme elder. Shunan's thoughts were extremely simple. He wanted to make Duan Lingtian injure his brother and infuriate his brother's master, the five-element sect's Wood Peak's elder Kuzhang, a formidable existence at the void transformation stage. As far as he was concerned, with how Senior could doted on his brother, once his brother was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian, Senior Ku would absolutely not let the matter go. Senior Ku will surely kill Duan Lingtian in his rage. In this way, the hatred in my heart would be resolved. Duan Lingtian, not to mention you broke the engagement between Yixian and I. You actually want to interfere in my business? I'll make you die a graveless death. At this moment, Shunan was extremely satisfied with his plan. As far as he was concerned, his plan was perfect and flawless. After a short moment, Shun An and Chen Wei arrived at the entrance of the Yef family's estate. The 2 Yef family disciples that were guarding the entrance went grim when they saw Shen An brother. Let's go in. Shen An completely disregarded the 2 Yef family disciples and directly charged in. Second young master Shen. The 2 Yef family disciples stopped Shen An, and their expressions changed indeterminately. They were slightly curious. Hadn't the engagement between their Yef family's young miss and this Shun family's profligate disciple been broken off? Why has this profligate disciple come to our Yef family? Moreover, he's come in a menacing manner, and he's obviously come with ill intentions. Could it be that he's not afraid of young Master Duan teaching him a lesson? Right when the 2 Yef family disciples had a myriad of thoughts, Shannon made a move. Bang! Bang! He pushed out 2 palms, one for each, and directly blasted the 2 Yef family disciples flying, causing them to collide with the door's pillar and lose consciousness. The scene before him suddenly occurred, and Chen Wei only recovered from his shock after Shun and succeeded, and he couldn't help but frown. What are you doing? Brother, don't worry. I only knocked them out. The Yef family is now being threatened by that Duan Lingtian. If I didn't knock them out, they definitely wouldn't dare to let us in. Shunan explained. Chen Wei nodded. Although he felt that something was amiss, he didn't think too much about it. Of course, this was also because he had never doubted his younger brother, and even more so, never thought that his younger brother would lie to him. The two brothers, Chenwei and Shan'an, barged into the Ye family and arrived outside the Ye family's main hall. A few Ye family disciples who went forward to inquire were all injured by Shan'an, and this immediately aroused the anger of more powerful Ye family disciples. A group of Ye family disciples attacked one after another. At this moment, Shan'an couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! Chenwei took a step forward, and the robe on his body fluttered without the wind as a boundless, enormous force gushed out from his body and directly blasted the group of Ye family disciples flying. The group of Ye family disciples fell to the ground and all emitted muffled groans, yet didn't emit a single shrill cry. Perhaps as far as they were concerned, emitting shrill cries before that good-for-nothing disciple of the Shen family was the greatest humiliation, and they were unable to accept such humiliation. Quickly go look for the patriarch. I'll go look for the grand elder. I'll go look for the second elder. Instantly, besides a portion of the Ye family disciples that were glaring fiercely at Chenwei and Shan'an, some Ye family disciples left swiftly to notify the patriarch and elders. In a short moment, the Ye family's patriarch, Yiting, and a group of Ye family elders gathered together and arrived in a grandiose manner. Patriarch, grand elder, second elder. The Ye family disciples that surrounded Chenwei and Shan'an opened up a path and respectfully welcomed Yiting and the others in. The expression of Yiting, who heard Shan and had come to cause trouble, was extremely gloomy, but when he walked into the crowd and saw Chenwei, who was by Shan'an's side, his expression eased up slightly. I was wondering why second young master Shun would dare trespass into our Ye family estate, so it turns out that eldest young master Shun has returned. Yiting's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Shun and before descending onto Chenwei, and his gaze seemed to contain slight fear mixed within. He wasn't afraid of the eldest young master of the Shin family, Chenwei, but he had no choice but to fear the five-element sect behind Chenwei. Moreover, he'd heard that not only had Chenwei entered the five-element sect, he'd even taken an elder of the five-element sect as his master, and this caused him to have no choice but to be afraid. After all, even the weakest elder in the five-element sect was in existence at the void transformation stage or above. An existence like this was sufficient to annihilate their Ye family by relying on the strength of a single person. Ye family's patriarch. Chenwei nodded to Yiting. He'd come with his younger brother today not to denounce the Ye family, but to look for the person that dared impersonate a disciple of the five-element sects, would peek and bully others. So, Chenwei was extremely courteous when facing Yiting. Eldest young master Shin, may I know why you and your younger brother have come here? Yiting asked indifferently. Our Ye family seems to have no relationship with your Shin family now, right? Ye family's patriarch, I'm happy for my younger brother, Shan'an, that your daughter is engaged to my Shin family. But no matter what the reason is, you seem to have gone slightly too far by coming to my Shin family to break off the engagement, right? Chenwei said. Break off the engagement? Yiting came to a sudden understanding when he heard Chenwei. So, eldest young master Shan came for this matter. But, could it be that your father didn't tell you that this matter has already come to an end? When he spoke up to hear, Yiting looked at Shan'an, and he kept having the feeling that something was slightly off about the matter today. In Driftcloud Town, Chenwei's reputation had always been very good, and he was absolutely not an unreasonable person that relied on his position to bully others. But today, he'd come with Shan'an to denounce them, and it was truly slightly strange. Chenwei hadn't spoken when Shan'an had already said furiously, Yiting, you brought that Duan Lingtian to my Shin family to break off the engagement, causing my Shin family to lose face and even forcefully separating me and Shaoxian. Could it be that you don't feel the slightest bit guilty? As he finished speaking, Shan'an had an agitated expression, and tears flowed down his face. Yiting was dumbstruck. The group of Ye family elders were dumbstruck. All the Ye family disciples were dumbstruck. Chapter 853. Chenwei's calm expression instantly sank when he saw his younger brother being so sad, and he said to Yiting with a low voice, Ye family patriarch, out of consideration that you were once considered to be my younger brother's future father-in-law, I won't make things difficult for you, but you must hand over that Duan Lingtian. Today, not only will I, Chenwei, seek justice for my younger brother and Shen family. I'll even seek justice for my five-element sects would peak. Chen Wei's words were spoken in a clear voice that was like a thunderclap. As he finished speaking, ghastly rage suffused his face. He was rarely enraged. Yet when he saw his younger brother in such pain today and thought about how someone dared pretend to be a disciple of the five-element sects would peak, he was completely enraged. Seek justice for the five-element sect? Yiting's pupils constricted when he heard Chen Wei, whereas the other Ye family elders and Ye family disciples had astounded expressions. How is Duan Lingtian related to the five-element sect? Moreover, he seems to have done something that infuriates the five-element sect? Eldest young Master Chun, are you mistaken? How could Brother Duan be related to your five-element sect? Yiting frowned as he asked. He kept having the feeling that something was off, yet he didn't know how to describe this feeling for a short while. Ye family patriarch, looks like you've really been scared out of your wits by him. Right at this moment, Shunan shouted out with a grim voice. Could it be that he didn't tell you that he's a disciple of the five-element sects would peak? Today, my older brother will represent the five-element sects would peak to teach him a lesson. A disciple of the five-element sects would peak? Yiting was stunned. He really didn't know that Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the five-element sect, and he instantly looked at a nearby Ye family disciple and said, You, go invite young Master Duan over? Yes. The Ye family disciple replied respectfully and left. When Shinwei saw Yiting asking someone to call Duan Lingtian over, he didn't say anything further and closed his eyes to rest and wait silently. Shunan, who was standing beside Shinwei, had a complacent expression. Duan Lingtian, let's see how unlucky you are. The corners of Shunan's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he hardened his heart. In the quiet courtyard of the Ye family, Duan Lingtian sat quietly in front of a stone table, drinking tea. In his other hand, he was constantly holding a cyan fragment. I've finally comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept. Duan Lingtian glanced at the wind concept fragment in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. At the same time, he raised his teacup and took a sip, causing the fragrance of tea to blossom in his mouth. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening sounded out, and a beautiful figure walked out from the room on the right of the courtyard. It was precisely Yi Xian, who'd been in closed-door cultivation for a few days. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was covered in joy as she said excitedly, Big brother Yi, the medicinal pills you gave me are too miraculous. It's only been a few days, yet it allowed my cultivation to once again recover to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Yi Xian had crippled her origin energy a few days ago and started cultivating the cultivation method Duan Lingtian passed down to her. During this period of time, she consumed the medicinal pills Duan Lingtian gave her. Those medicinal pills were precisely the medicinal pills that were capable of absorbing and storing Yi Xian's dispersed origin energy. After Yi Xian cultivated a new cultivation method, the medicinal pills would return the origin energy absorbed and stored to Yi Xian. In a few days, Yi Xian had seized back all the origin energy within the medicinal pills, and it was even to the extent that she was only a step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Xiao Xian, even though those medicinal pills are miraculous, they're insufficient to allow you to recover your cultivation in such a short period of time. Could it be that you didn't notice during these past few days that the speed at which you absorb the origin energy within those medicinal pills has become faster? Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he asked with a smile. It has become faster. But isn't that because the origin energy within the medicinal pills was originally my origin energy? Yi Xian asked curiously. She didn't know much about those medicinal pills, and she only knew that they were capable of absorbing the origin energy she dispersed. After that, she could take back the origin energy through cultivation. You little girl, now that you've finished absorbing the elemental energy from the pills, why don't you try absorbing the elemental energy stored in the elemental stones? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He originally thought that after this little girl came out of closed-door cultivation, she would be excited by the natural talent she possessed now, but who knew that she seemed to have not noticed anything. Yi Xian nodded, then she sat before the stone table before withdrawing a low-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate on the spot. After over 10 breaths of time, Yi Xian opened her eyes, and her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Duan, elder brother Duan, why do I feel that the speed at which I absorb the spirit energy within the origin stones is over 10 times faster than before? Even though it isn't as fast as the speed of absorbing the origin energy that belonged to me within those medicinal pills, it isn't much slower. Yi Xian was slightly absent-minded as she asked. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You wouldn't have forgotten what I said to you a few days ago, right? Do you really think that the cleansing of your meridians and marrow for you was just a mere empty talk? According to his observation, although Yi Xian's current natural talent was not as good as his when he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and raised his natural talent to the limit, it was not much worse. Meridians and marrow cleansing. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to her a few days ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had said that her natural talent was different from before, but she did not believe it. Now, the truth was right in front of her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. Elder brother Duan, you really raised my natural talent? Yi Xian looked at Duan Lingtian, and her beautiful face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. You little girl, even at this point in time, you still doubt your elder brother Duan? Do I look so much like a liar? Elder brother Duan, that's not what I meant. Yi Xian's beautiful face instantly flushed red when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, and she hurriedly explained, I'm just too shocked. Although I know that there are some treasures of heaven and earth on Cloud Continent that can raise a martial artist's natural talent, I've never heard of anyone being able to raise another's natural talent. Now you know how amazing elder brother Duan is, right? Duan Lingtian smiled. Yes, elder brother Duan is the most amazing. Yi Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then her face flushed red as she stared straight at Duan Lingtian. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian felt uncomfortable from being stared at like this by Yi Xian, and he could not help but ask, Kiss. Just when Duan Lingtian raised his hand and was about to touch his face, Yi Xian leaned forward and sneakily kissed Duan Lingtian's face. While Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already run back to her room with a red face and closed the door with a bang. Her voice sounded from afar. Elder brother Duan, thank you. I'll cultivate properly. After she finished speaking, there was no further movement. Obviously, she knew that she possessed extraordinary natural talent and was impatient to cultivate. This girl, Duan Lingtian, who was sneakily attacked by Yi Xian, shook his head and smiled. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring Xiao Xian to see father and mother. Let father and mother take her as their goddaughter, and she'll really be my younger sister. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly moved, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Young Master Duan. Right at this moment, a respectful and hurried voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian frowned. He heard the urgency in the voice of the person outside, so he didn't dare dally and directly walked out of the courtyard. Only now did he notice a Ye family disciple standing there with an anxious expression. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He didn't know why this Ye family disciple was so anxious, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Young Master Duan, quickly go over and take a look. The eldest young master and second young master of the Shin family are here. They seem to be here because of the patriarch and you going to the Shin family to break off the engagement. The Ye family disciple hurriedly said, The Shin family's eldest young master? Shin Wei? Duan Lingtian recalled the Shin family's eldest young master that Yi Xian had mentioned to him before, Shin Wei, who had entered the five-element sect, and he couldn't help but ask, Yes. The Ye family disciple nodded. Where are they? Lead the way, Duan Lingtian said. His expression remained calm from the beginning until the end, as if he wasn't worried in the slightest that Shin Wei could do anything to him. The Ye family disciple led the way in front, and Duan Lingtian followed behind. Didn't they say that the Shin family's eldest young master is a reasonable person? Duan Lingtian frowned. He still remembered Yi Xian's evaluation of the Shin family's eldest young master, Shin Wei. According to Yi Xian, Shin Wei was an upright person, and he was completely different from his younger brother, Shan. But if Shin Wei was really a reasonable person, then logically speaking, It would be impossible for him to come to the Ye family with Shan and to look for trouble with him. No matter what, I'll go over and take a look first. I was just thinking of how I should come into contact with the people from the Five-Element sect, but I never expected that Qinwei would take the initiative to deliver himself to me. Duan Lingtian followed behind the Ye family disciple as he shuttled through the Ye family estate, and it wasn't long before he arrived outside the Ye family's audience hall. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was a group of people surrounding the area before him. Young Master Duan has arrived. The Ye family disciple that led the way in front of Duan Lingtian shouted out loudly. Instantly, the Ye family disciples that formed a circle respectfully opened up a path. Young Master Duan. Young Master Duan. One by one, the Ye family disciples respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian, who slowly walked over. During this period of time, the deeds of this violet-clothed young man before them had practically spread throughout the entire Driftcloud town. With his own strength, he'd successively defeated the Shun family's patriarch and the supreme elder of the Shun family, and he'd assisted the Ye family to reject the absurd marriage agreement that was set between the Ye family and the Shun family. Because of this matter, as disciples of the Ye family, they'd been able to see the reverent gazes of others when they went out these past few days, and it caused their vanity to obtain sufficient satisfaction. They knew that all of this was brought to them by the violet-clothed young man before them, and if it wasn't for the violet-clothed young man, no one would respect them like this. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded as he faced the group of passionate Ye family disciples. Instantly, brilliant smiles appeared on the faces of the Ye family disciples as they exclaimed, "Young Master Duan isn't only strong, but he's also so modest and amiable. It's truly rare." Seeing that Duan Lingtian was so respected by the Ye family disciples, Shen An's expression completely darkened, and he looked at Yi Ting, who was nearby, and sneered, "Ye family patriarch, I think it's about time for you to give your position as patriarch to this Duan Lingtian. In the future, the Ye family will change its name to the Duan family, and the entire Ye family will change its surname to Duan." Chapter 854. Asking the Ye family to change their surname was undoubtedly an undisguised insult to the Ye family. For a time, it wasn't only Yi Ting. All the Ye family elders and Ye family disciples stared furiously at Shenan, but because they were afraid of Shan'an, they didn't dare make the slightest move. "Little one, don't go too far. Don't forget, the reason we came to the Ye family today isn't to denounce the Ye family." Finally, Chun Wei, who'd been silently standing at the side in meditation with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man at the first possible moment. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Chun Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice. "Exactly." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, and at the same time, he started to size up the young man before him, Chun Wei. Chun Wei was around the age of 35, and there was a sense of righteousness between his brows. With a single glance, one would know that he was a comparatively upright person, and this was a completely different extreme from his younger brother. "Do you know the consequences of pretending to be a Five-Element sect disciple and bullying others?" Chun Wei's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice, "Pretending to be a Five-Element sect disciple?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Chun Wei. Below their patriarch, Yi Ting, the group of Ye family members couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Chun Wei. Duan Lingtian pretending to be a Five-Element sect disciple? As far as they were concerned, with the accomplishments Duan Lingtian obtained at such an age, there was utterly no need for him to pretend to be a Five-Element sect disciple. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he would be entirely capable of easily joining the Five-Element sect, defeating a 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist at the mere age of 25 with an unfathomable ability. Such an outstanding young man needed to pretend to be a Five-Element sect disciple? Eldest young Master Chan, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Yi Ting asked. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and raised his eyebrows. He inadvertently looked at Shan An, who was beside Shan An, only to discover that there was a bit of panic between Shan An's brows. For a moment, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Shan En had already roared and looked at Duan Lingtian furiously. You scum! Not only did you impersonate a disciple of the five-element sects would peak to bully others, you even forcefully seized my fiancée and forced the Ye family to break off the engagement with my Shin family. I won't let you off. I'll fight you to the death. As he finished roaring furiously, Shannon pounced towards Duan Lingtian, and he seemed as if he wanted to risk his life against Duan Lingtian. The Ye family members were stunned when they saw Shannon pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, as they never imagined that this profligate young master of the Shin family would dare make a move against Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, he ought to know Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun. He naturally guessed Shannon's thoughts, yet he didn't expose it, and instead sneered as he shouted, Clown! As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slapped his palm towards Shan, and Duan Lingtian didn't use too much strength in this palm strike. Don't you dare injure my younger brother. When he saw Duan Lingtian's palm was about to descend onto Shan An, Shinwei shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward and similarly slapped out with his palm to intercept Duan Lingtian's palm strike. Whoosh! Vast origin energy transformed into vast and roiling flames at the center of Chinwei's palm that flashed through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions as it collided with Duan Lingtian's palm strike. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly as 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first before another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. A total of 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Third level Intermediate Fire Concept. This was the strength of the eldest young master of the Shun family. The disciple of the five-element sects would peak, Chen Wei. Interesting. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as the origin energy in his hand suddenly exploded out before transforming into waves of piercingly cold strong winds that formed a ceaselessly revolving vortex at the center of his palm. Bang! Finally, Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei's palms collided and emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, blazing flames gushed out from Chen Wei's palm and spilled towards Duan Lingtian, and it seemed as if it wanted to burn Duan Lingtian's entire body into ash. The strong winds that roared and revolved without end instead revolved out from Duan Lingtian's hand to collide with the blazing flames before completely suppressing them. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking resounded out, and it was accompanied by a heavy muffled groan that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, everyone saw that after Duan Lingtian's palm suppressed Chen Wei and broke one of Chen Wei's arms, the palm strike that swept out like a gale dragon descended onto Chen Wei's body. Bang! Another enormous bang sounded out as Chen Wei's entire body flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and he flew out for over 10 meters before colliding with the wall of the Ye family's audience hall before falling down and fainting. At practically the exact same moment. Swish! Swish! With the space behind and before Duan Lingtian as the center, two waves of air that were compressed exploded out and spilled out towards the surroundings, and it blew to the point the clothes of the Ye family members fluttered. Some Ye family disciples with low cultivations were even struck by the waves of air to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually dispersed, causing the sky to once again return to calm. It's the first time I've made a move since breaking through. Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fists as a wisp of a smile appeared on his face. Fifth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Third level Intermediate Wind Concept. This was Duan Lingtian's current strength. During this period of time in the Ye family, not only had he completed a breakthrough in his cultivation, even his wind concept had broken through once more, and he obtained the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons in one go. But why didn't my spiritual energy increase this time? Since he'd broken through to the fifth level of the Void Interpretation Stage 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian had always been puzzled about this, and he didn't know what exactly had happened. According to common sense, his spiritual energy was improved through the spirit fruit and soul pearl that could improve the level of his spiritual energy, and it was 2 levels higher than his cultivation. All this time, His spiritual power level had always been 2 levels higher than his cultivation level. But after he broke through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage this time, Duan Lingtian noticed to his shock that his spiritual energy still remained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and it didn't advance to the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Logically speaking, this was something that was impossible. There's only one possibility. It's the side effect left behind from the Devil Seal tablet's unexpected change. Now, Duan Lingtian could only explain it like this. At that time, when he was surrounded by the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort and his hand touched the Devil Seal tablet, the energy that gushed out from the Devil Seal tablet didn't just surge into his arm, it even surged into his soul. After that, he lost consciousness. In his days, a scene that was like a dream appeared, whereas he'd already confirmed that it wasn't a dream, and it really existed. The energy of the Devil Seal tablet temporarily took control of his body and slaughtered all the living beings in the surroundings. That time, even Feng Wu Dao was almost killed by him, who was controlled by the Devil Seal tablet. Fortunately, he was barely able to maintain a trace of consciousness, and this allowed Feng Wu Dao to escape calamity. If it's really as I think, then the side effect of the Devil Seal tablet from before is too great, right? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Since the beginning, relying on his spiritual force that was 2 levels higher than his cultivation to execute the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, could be said to be the strongest ability he possessed. It was even to the extent that by relying on the soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, he'd repeatedly defeated many opponents that were difficult to defeat with his own strength. Now, after his cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force didn't advance along with it, and it remained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage instead. This caused him to be more or less slightly annoyed and disappointed. After heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. No matter what exactly happened, since it had already happened, then it was bound to be difficult to change. I hope that my spiritual force will advance once more when I break through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. Otherwise, it's practically impossible for me to surmount a level to fight an opponent. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. What he was most worried about now was that the level of his spiritual force would be equal to his cultivation once more. If that sort of situation really occurred, then his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions, would be completely useless. Stop right there. After he returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shout out with a grim voice when he saw Shun and carrying the unconscious Qinwei on his back with the intention of secretly leaving. Instantly, the body of Shun and who just soared into the sky trembled, and he revealed a fierce gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you dare heavily injure my brother. You're dead? Senior Ku will absolutely not let you off. Senior Ku? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and then he flashed out to arrive nearby Shun and before asking indifferently, "Who's this Senior Ku you spoke of? A member of the 5-element sect?" Exactly. Shun revealed a vicious gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Senior Ku isn't just a member of the 5-element sect, he's also my brother's master, and he's even an elder of the 5-element sect's would peak. An elder of the 5-element sect? Duan Lingtian didn't have any reaction when Shun said this. The expression of the Ye family's patriarch, Yi Ting, had already gone grim, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Duan, you should quickly leave the Ye family and go into hiding. An elder of the 5-element sect is at least in existence at the void transformation stage. It's far from something you can go against now. An elder of the 5-element sect? Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely not heard what Yi Ting said, and his brows raised as he looked at Shun and asked indifferently, "Where's that elder of the 5-element sect now?" "He's naturally in our Shin family." Shun grunted coldly, and then he ridiculed. "You wouldn't be thinking of coming to our Shin family to seek forgiveness from Senior Ku, right? If you do, then I'll tell you right now. It's useless. My brother is the disciple that Senior Ku dotes on the most, and he takes Senior Ku to be his own. You crippled one of my brother's arms and even heavily injured him. Senior Ku will surely not let you off." As he finished speaking, the smile on Shun An's face grew even wider. Who else from the Five Element sect is with your brother? Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he asked indifferently, even if it's only Senior Ku, it's still sufficient to annihilate you 10 times over. Duan Lingtian, wash your neck and wait. Of course, you can flee as well. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 855. No wonder the people of Drifting Cloud Town say that you're worse than a beast. They're right. Duan Lingtian looked at the laughing Shunan, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian, if I were you, I would run for my life right now instead of wasting time here. However, even if you escape from Drifting Cloud Town, you might not be able to escape from Senior Ku's palm. After Shan unrestrained his wanton laughter, he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. Do you think a dignified elder of the Five Elements sect would be so brainless? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed, and his laughter made Shunan's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but coldly ask, "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shunan. "What do I mean? Don't you know better than anyone else? Maybe I hurt your brother, but why would I hurt your brother? Do you think that the elder of the Five Elements sect wouldn't find out that it was you who harmed your brother?" "You're talking nonsense." After Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head, Shinan's expression changed greatly. He roared angrily, as if he wanted to use his high-pitched voice to hide his guilty conscience. "I'm talking nonsense?" The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became more and more brilliant. He immediately said, "That's fine. I'll go with you to the Shin family. Let's see if the elder of the Five Elements sect hates you, the instigator, or me, the person who harmed your brother more." You still dare to go to our Shin family?" Shun An's pupil shrank, and he said in horror, "You're not afraid of death? Death? Even if I die, you should die before me, right?" I'm very curious what kind of expression the elder of the Five Elements sect will have when he finds out that his favorite disciple was harmed by his own brother. Duan Lingtian's smile didn't change. You're crazy. You're crazy." Shun An's face was extremely gloomy. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian would follow him back to the Shin family. He originally thought that his plan was very thorough. After he brought his heavily injured brother back to the Shin family and Duan Lingtian escaped, his brother's master, Elder Kuzheng of the Five Elements sect, would definitely hunt down Duan Lingtian at all costs. At that time, Duan Lingtian might be killed by Kuzheng before he could say anything. But now, things were not going according to his plan at all. Or perhaps, the person standing in front of him was too calm, so calm that it scared him. "Yeah, family head, please call Xiao Xin over. Let's go to the Shin family together. Didn't second young master Shun say that I took his fiancée by force? Let's go to the Five Elements sect's elder and confront him. I don't believe that everyone in the Shun family will cooperate with him." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As the head of the Ye family, Yiting was naturally not a stupid person. He could vaguely guess something from Duan Lingtian's words just now. "All right, I'll go and bring Xiao Xin over." As Yiting spoke, his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the small courtyard where Yixin stayed. In the sky, Shin An's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? What do you want?" "What do I want? What do I want?" Duan Lingtian looked at Shun as if he was looking at an idiot. He laughed coldly and said, "Second young master Shun, shouldn't I be the one to ask you this question? I want to ask you instead. What do you want? What do you want?" "For the sake of your father, I won't haggle over the things you've done in the past. But what have you done now? You deceived your own elder brother and used him to deal with me. Do you really think that I, Duan Lingtian, am an idiot like you? Do you really think that I, Duan Lingtian, will fall into your trap?" When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian slowly spat out 2 words, "Idiot, idiot." Duan Lingtian's voice rang out like the sound of a giant bell. It shook Shunan so much that his expression changed and became incomparably pale. Every single word Duan Lingtian said seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto his chest, causing his breathing to become even more rapid. Duan Lingtian. Finally, Shinan took a deep breath and slowly said, "So long as you ask the members of the Ye family to not speak carelessly about the matter today, I won't haggle over it with you. As for my brother, I'll say that he was heavily injured by an expert of unknown origin." Shinan speaking like this was obviously admitting defeat, and at the same time, admitting the failure of his plan. Oh? Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised when he heard Shinan, and he asked curiously, "But your brother was obviously injured by me. He also knows that he was injured by me. In this way, wouldn't the five-element sect's elders find out sooner or later? My brother dotes on me the most. So long as I admit my mistakes to him, he'll surely cooperate with me and absolutely won't betray you." Shunan spoke in a low voice. Shun An's words caused Duan Lingtian's gaze to involuntarily descend onto the heavily injured and unconscious Chen Wei, and his eyes revealed slight pity. As far as he was concerned, it was truly Chen Wei's sorrow to have such a younger brother. His younger brother had completely taken his doting to be a tool that could be used. How lamentable. I really feel that it wasn't worth it for your brother. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke from the bottom of his heart. You don't have to care about this. At any rate, you'll go your way in the future, and I'll go mine. We'll have nothing to do with each other. After Shan An finished speaking, he wanted to take the unconscious Chen Wei and leave. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and once again obstructed Shun, and Shin An's face sank as he said furiously, Duan Lingtian, do you really think that making a big deal out of this matter is beneficial to you? Let me tell you, even if my brother's master knows of the sequence of events, it's impossible for him to kill me with my brother protecting me. Instead, it's you who's in much more danger than me. Is that so? Then I'll make a trip with you. Duan Lingtian started laughing fearlessly. Madman, you're a king madman. Shunan bellowed with a sullen face. Although he had said those words earlier, he still wasn't confident in his heart. Who knew if his brother's master would kill him in a fit of rage before his brother woke up? What exactly do you want before you're willing to let go of today's matter? Shunan took a deep breath as he asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian ignored him as he looked at the two figures that were flying over from afar. The head of the Ye family, Yi Ting, was currently flying over with Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they were above the Ye family's main hall. Elder brother Duan. Yi Xian didn't look at Shun, and as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a worried expression, I heard from my father that you injured Chen Wei and still want to go to the Shin family? Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. You make a trip with me as well. There might be some matters that require your help. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Shan An and restrained him with a raise of his hand before bringing along the unconscious Chen Wei and flashing towards the Shin family. Behind them, Yi Ting brought along Yi Xian, who hadn't stepped into the void-prying stage and was unable to fly on her own as he followed along. The remaining group of Ye family elders and Ye family disciples sighed one after another. Young Master Duan is really capable. From the beginning until the end, that good-for-nothing disciple of the Shun family was completely played in the palm of young Master Duan's hand. All the Ye family disciples looked at Duan Lingtian's figure with adoration, and they only recovered from their shock when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Elder brother Duan. There was slight worry between Yi Xian's brows, and she was worried that Duan Lingtian would encounter some mishap. Xiao Xian, don't worry. Since brother Duan has made such a decision, I believe that he surely has a plan in his heart and will be fine. Although Yi Ting was perturbed in his heart, he still couldn't help but speak out to console Duan Lingtian due to his trust in Duan Lingtian. After all, when he and Duan Lingtian went to the Shin family together to break off the engagement, his mood was even worse than it was now when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was inferior to the Shin family's supreme elder. But later on, Duan Lingtian had used an unfathomable ability to play with the Chen clan's supreme elder in the palm of his hand, and it caused his mood to instantly ascend from hell to heaven. Yes. Hearing Yi Ting's consolation, Yi Xian nodded. Duan Lingtian, let go of me. Let go of me. After being restrained by Duan Lingtian, Shun An was brought to the Shin family's mansion by Duan Lingtian. He kept roaring along the way, and his expression was extremely ferocious. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Duan Lingtian, as long as you let me go, not only will I completely separate you from this matter, but I also promise that I will never continue to do evil. Really? Believe me. Believe me. After Shunan realized that force wouldn't work, he chose to use a soft approach. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was unmoved by force or persuasion. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian once again arrived in the sky above the Shin family's mansion. The reason he wanted to make a big fuss this time was firstly because he wanted to teach Shan a lesson, and secondly, he wanted to join the Five-Element sect through the Five-Element sect's elder before heading to the secret treasure left behind by Emperor Wu to meet up with Tian Wu and the others. It was precisely because of this that he didn't strike ruthlessly when he heavily injured Chunwei. Chunwei's injuries seemed to be very serious, but as long as he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recuperated slightly, he would be able to fully recover in half a month at most. Shin family's audience hall. The Five-Element sect's Wood Peak's elder, Ku Zheng, finished a meal accompanied by the Shun family's higher-ups and sat at the main seat in the audience hall. Below him sat the Shun family's patriarch, Shundong, and the group of Shun family's elders. Where is really? It wasn't easy for him to come back, but he actually missed the welcome banquet we prepared for Elder Ku. Shindong looked at Ku Zheng with an apologetic expression. Elder Ku, I'm truly sorry. It's surely that youngest son of mine that dragged Weier out. I'll surely teach him a good lesson when he returns. It's fine. Ku Zheng shook his head and chuckled. Chunwei hasn't returned for 4 years, so let him properly wander around Driftcloud Town. After all, we're leaving tomorrow. So anxious. Shindong was greatly shocked. Elder Ku, I wanted to properly entertain you. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Jinard Shun, I brought Chunwei out this time because there's really something I need to do. Because of certain reasons, our Five-Element sect urgently needs to recruit a batch of Void Interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. Up until now, our Wood Peak has only recruited 2, and it's still far from the expected target. As Ku Zheng finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Our time is extremely tight. Void Interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40. Chapter 856. Oh. Ku Zheng's gaze lit up when he heard Shindong, and he asked with slight surprise. Could it be that the Shun clan has a young genius that satisfies this condition? Elder Ku, you must be joking. Besides Wei, our Shun clan doesn't have such an outstanding young genius. Shundong shook his head and laughed bitterly. He's a little brother I got to know a few days ago, and his strength is extraordinary at such a young age. I'm not afraid of Elder Ku laughing at me, but no one in our Shun clan is a match for that little brother. What? Ku Zheng was instantly shocked when he heard this. Jinard Shun, I heard from Qinwei that the supreme elder of your Shan clan had already broken through to the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage 4 years ago. Could it be that even he isn't a match for that little brother you spoke of? Elder Ku, there's something you don't know, but our Shun clan's supreme elder had already broken through to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage some time ago. Shindong sighed, and his gaze became slightly complicated. That violet-clothed young man had given him too great of a shock some time ago. 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage? Ku Zheng's pupils constricted as he was moved. Jinard Shun, could it be that the little brother you spoke of even defeated your Shan clan's supreme elder, in existence at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage? Yes. Shundong nodded. Where's he now? Ku Zheng's gaze lit up as he asked anxiously. He suddenly felt that it was extremely likely that the young genius would be a turning point for their Five-Element sect's Wood Peak. Presently, the Wood Peak was declining with each passing day, and it urgently needed outstanding new blood to join it. He's been staying at our Ye clan in Driftcloud Town during this period of time. Elder Ku, if you're interested, Shundong hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted abruptly by a voice. Jinard Shin, Duan Lingtian has come uninvited. I hope you don't blame me. A calm and resounding voice sounded out from outside the Shun clan's audience hall, and it grew closer and closer. It's him. Shundong's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked towards the entrance of the main hall. He didn't expect that just as he mentioned Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian would appear. However, his expression quickly changed. He saw Duan Lingtian, but he also saw two other people, a young man with a face full of fear, and a young man who was seriously injured and unconscious. He couldn't be more familiar with these two people. They were his two sons. Chinwei, an aged voice suddenly sounded, and the old man at the head of the table disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already beside the unconscious young man, who was also the eldest young master of the Shin family, Chinwei. After discovering that Chinwei's injuries weren't serious, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. After feeding Chinwei a healing medicinal pill and connecting his arm bone, he stood up and looked at the purple-clothed young man who was close by. The purple-clad young man was naturally Duan Lingtian. Jinard Shun, Yiting and his daughter are here to disturb you. Another voice sounded, and it was the patriarch of the Ye family, Yiting, who had brought his daughter, Yi Xian, over. It was you who injured Chinwei? The old man, Ku Zheng, the elder of the five-element sects, would peek, stared at Duan Lingtian with his muddy eyes, and his voice was slightly low. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he carefully sized up the old man before him. When he'd just arrived at the Shin family's main hall, he'd seen the old man sitting at the head of the table, and it was easy for him to guess the old man's identity. The elder of the five-element sect, Chunwei's master. Why? The old man was obviously a very calm person. Even when he saw his most beloved disciple being seriously injured, he didn't lose his mind from anger. Instead, he wanted to understand the ins and outs of the matter first. When he saw how sensible the old man was, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with praise and respect. Actually, he'd thought of this on more than one occasion before he came here. If Chinwei's master, the elder of the five-element sect, was an unreasonable person that protected his disciples and made a move against him without asking for the reason as soon as they met, then he would use the talisman to kill Chinwei at the first possible moment. He'd come to the Shin family this time because he was completely confident that no matter what happened, he would be able to leave calmly. Now it would seem that not only would he be able to save a talisman, he even had the opportunity to accomplish the main purpose of his trip here, which was to join the five-element sect and reunite with his lost friends through the five-element sect. You ought to be the master of eldest young Master Chun, that elder Ku of the five-element sect, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked with a light smile. Exactly. Ku Jing nodded, and then he glanced at Chinwei, who lay on the ground, and said with a low voice, I wonder how this useless disciple of mine offended you? He forced you to be so ruthless. Ruthless? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Elder Ku, let's be straightforward. Do you really think I was ruthless to this disciple of yours? Ku Zhang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Needless to say, even though he said the violet-clothed young man before him was ruthless, he didn't think like this in his heart. He'd clearly inspected the injuries on his disciple earlier, and they were all external injuries. He only needed to consume healing medicinal pills, connect the bones, and recuperate for a period of time before he would be able to recover completely, and it wouldn't leave behind any side effects. No matter what, you've injured my disciple. I feel that this disciple of mine has a pure and good character, and he's absolutely not a person that takes the initiative to cause trouble. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Ku Zheng asked with a low voice. Actually, his heart was filled with shock at this moment, and he was shocked by the age of this violet-clothed young man before him. This young man that looked to be around the age of 25 at most was actually able to defeat his personal disciple, Chinwei, who was a fourth-level void interpretation stage martial artist. When he inspected Chinwei's injuries, he noticed that Chinwei was heavily injured under the circumstances of going head-on against another, and the person that injured him had intentionally held back. Otherwise, Chinwei's injuries wouldn't be so simple. It was difficult for him to imagine that a young man like this would actually possess such a terrifying strength. Unknowingly, slight love for talent had arisen in the depths of his heart. If I'm able to bring him back to the five-element sect, would I have to worry about the prosperity of the Wood Peak? But before I bring him back, I must test his character. Otherwise, even if I bring him back, he'll be poached away by the other three peaks. Ku Zheng thought in his heart. During these past few years, it wasn't that disciples with outstanding natural talent hadn't appeared in their wood peak, but because of various reasons, they were poached away by the other 3 peaks. If this violet-clothed young man before him was a fence-sitter, then no matter how outstanding his natural talent was, he wouldn't bring him back to the 5-element sect, because it would be a gift to the other 3 peaks. Explanation? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Kuzhang, and then he pointed at Shan and Elder Ku. If you really want an explanation, then I think he ought to be the most suitable to give you one. Kuzhang frowned as he looked at Shan An. Is what he said true? No. No. Shan An hurriedly shook his head and pointed at Duan Lingtian in panic. Elder Ku, it's him. It's he that injured my brother. Quickly kill him. Quickly kill him. Bastard. Finally, Shindong walked over and glared angrily at Shan An as he shouted. Tell me honestly, what absurd things have you done this time? He'd faintly guessed some things in his heart. He understood his eldest son, and he believed that his eldest son would absolutely not take the initiative to offend Duan Lingtian. Moreover, there was no enmity between the two of them. As for Duan Lingtian, even though they'd only known each other for a short period of time, he was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was an upright person. So as far as he was concerned, this matter was most probably started by this youngest son of his. Shun An's entire body trembled when he was shouted at by Shindong, and his countenance went ghastly pale as he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian and roared. Father, it's him. It's he that injured Big Brother. Quickly kill him. Quickly kill him. The current Shun An was roaring hysterically, as though he was concealing the fear in his heart. Looks like you're unwilling to speak the truth? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Shun An, and then looked at Yi Ting. Yeah, family head, please tell Elder Ku and Jinart Shun how awe-inspiring second young Master Shun was in the Ye family's residence just now. What? Bastard, you actually brought your brother to barge into the Ye family's residence? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shundong's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and gave Shun An a slap, causing Shun An to be dazed for a while. Yi Ting took a deep breath, and without hiding anything, he recounted how Shun An had brought Chenwei to barge into the Ye family's residence and injured many of the Ye family's disciples. Besides that, I feel that eldest young Master Shin might have been deceived by second young Master Shin. Just as Yi Ting spoke up to hear, he was interrupted by Shan Yi Ting. Don't slander me. Father, Elder Ku, I didn't deceive my brother. I didn't deceive my brother. It's them. It's them that injured my brother. Quickly, quickly. Quickly kill them. Quickly kill them. Shun An looked at Shindong and Kuzhang as he roared hysterically. Shut up, you bastard. Shundong's expression sank as he shouted once more, shocking Shun An to the point his face turned even paler, and his body trembled intensely from fear. Oh! Suddenly, a voice sounded out, and it was the unconscious Chen Wei who opened his eyes and muttered in a daze. Where's this place? Since eldest young Master Shun has woken up, Ye family head, you don't have to waste your breath. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he glanced at Shan An. What do you think? Second young Master Shin? Shin An's expression sank slightly as he took a deep breath and hurriedly looked at Chen Wei. You wouldn't be thinking of using sound transmission to make your brother lie for you, right? After noticing Shan An's actions, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and grabbed Shin An with one hand before making him spin a few rounds like a top, causing Shan An to be completely distracted and be unable to use sound transmission. Wei-er, Chen Wei, Shundong and Kuzhang didn't stop Duan Lingtian, and they walked out with large strides to support Chen Wei up from both sides, and their faces were filled with worry. Father, Master. Chen Wei awoke from his stupor and asked in bewilderment, Why am I here? It's you. What do you want to do to little one? Chen Wei's expression went grim when he saw Duan Lingtian playing with Shan An, and he shouted furiously as he was about to make a move against Duan Lingtian to save Shan An. But unfortunately, he who hadn't completely recovered had only taken a step forward when his entire body almost collapsed. Fortunately, Shundong and Kuzhang supported him. Chen Wei, what exactly happened? Tell me the sequence of events of the entire matter without leaving out a single word. Kuzhang asked in a low voice. Chapter 857. No. When Shan heard Ku Zheng's question to Qin Wei, he who had his back facing Qin Wei and was unable to send a voice transmission to Qin Wei instantly became anxious, and he opened his mouth with the intention of stopping Qin Wei. Slap. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, raised his hand and swung out a slap, striking Shan unto the point he felt dizzy. Shut up. I'll beat you into a pig's head if you continue talking. You. Qin Wei's face went grim when he saw Duan Lingtian treating his younger brother like this, and his eyes went crimson red. But he was utterly unable to exert any strength now, and he could only watch helplessly. Father, master, quickly stop him. Shannon asked for help from Xindong and Ku Zhang, but he quickly noticed that no matter if it was his father or his master, both of them didn't have the intention to save Shannon. For a time, he faintly realized the strangeness of the atmosphere. Father, what's wrong? Chun Wei looked at Shun Dong with a bewildered expression. Weier, answer your master. Shun Dong spoke with a serious expression. Only now did Qin Wei notice that his master was looking at him solemnly, and he instantly didn't dare dally and spoke of everything that Shannon had said to him when he just entered the clan. Not only did that Duan Lingtian impersonate a disciple of our five-element sects would peak to bully others, he even forcefully seized my younger brother's fiancée and pressured the Ye family to make the Ye family break off the engagement with our Shin family, causing our Shin family to lose face. Qin Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and gnashed his teeth as he said, So it was I who wanted to teach him a lesson, and it's unrelated to Shaoan. Moreover, master, don't you think he ought to be taught a lesson? Impersonate a disciple of our would peak? Ku Zheng's face sank when he heard Qin Wei, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze. What explanation do you have? Explanation? Duan Lingtian smiled and glanced indifferently at Ku Zhang as he said, Elder Ku, truthfully speaking, before I helped the Ye family break off the engagement with the Shun family, I utterly didn't know of the existence of the five-element sect, let alone the wood peak. As for the reason why I went to break off the engagement with the Shin family, Jinard Shin knew it clearly. If Jinard Shan's explanation, then I've brought the person involved in it as well. When he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Xian. Yi Xian stood obediently by Duan Lingtian's side and looked timidly at Ku Zhang. To her, the elders of the Five Elements sect were unreachable existences that she had to look up to. Facing them face to face, her heart was filled with apprehension. There's no need for young Miss Yi to personally say this matter. Shundong took a deep breath before explaining the farce of the engagement between the Ye family and Shin family to Ku Zhang, and at the same time, he spoke of all the misdeeds his youngest son had done in these past few years. So, it's this unfilial son of mine that's unworthy of the Ye family's young miss. Brother Ling Tian coming to break off the engagement with our Shin family was pardonable, and he was frank and open. He only wanted to repay the kindness of the Ye family's young miss for saving his life, and he didn't ask for anything else. When he spoke up to hear, Shun Dong looked angrily at Shan and who had his back facing them, and he said with a low voice, But never had I imagined that this unfilial son would actually distort the truth before Weier. He was clearly the one that bullied others, yet he spoke of it as Brother Ling Tian. As for impersonating a disciple of the five-element sects would peak, it was surely him that framed Brother Ling Tian for the sake of infuriating Weier and making Weier stand up for him. As Shun Dong finished speaking, he was seething with rage, and the clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. What? Chen Wei's face went pale when he heard his father, and he looked at Shun An's figure with disbelief as he muttered, It's Little'n. When did Little'n become like this? Why did Little'n become like this? No. Impossible. Impossible. Chen Wei was unable to accept the fact that his younger brother was a profligate disciple and frequently bullied others. In the end, he was unable to catch his breath, and his vital energy and blood attacked his heart, causing him to faint once more. Third Elder, please bring the eldest young master down to rest. Shundong sighed, and then he looked at Xin Lei who stood silently at the side and called out to him. Yes. Shun Lei replied respectfully, and then he supported the unconscious Chen Wei down. Looks like I've misunderstood you. Ku Zhang looked at Duan Lingtian as he squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face, and he seemed to be amiable. You're Duan Lingtian?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. Good. Ku Zheng sized up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Elder Ku, he's the little brother I mentioned to you earlier. Seeming to have discerned that Ku Zheng was interested in Duan Lingtian, Shan Dong, who stood at the side, said with a light smile, on that day, for the sake of repaying the debt of saving his life from the Ye family's young miss, he trespassed into my Shun family estate by himself. He first defeated me, then defeated my Shin family's supreme elder, and he broke off the absurd engagement between the Ye family and our Shin family. For the sake of repaying the debt of saving his life, it's rare that he was able to go to such an extent. Ku Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was even more satisfied. He was able to discern from this matter that there was completely no problem with Duan Lingtian's character. His worries from before were completely unnecessary. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao could truly be said to be terrifying. A young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was actually able to defeat the Shin family's supreme elder, in existence at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Even their 5-element sect didn't have such an outstanding disciple. Perhaps he's a turning point for Arwood Peak. Ku Zheng's gaze became slightly excited as he looked at Duan Lingtian, as if he'd seen the rise of their Wood Peak, and as if he'd seen the jaws of the members of the other 3 peaks drop from shock. Jinart Shin, I'll blush if you continue praising me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he raised his hand to throw Shun An onto the ground as a sharp light flashed within his eyes. Jinart Shin, how do you intend to deal with the matter this time? As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Ku Zheng looked at Shan Dong with a slightly fierce gaze. Obviously, this elder of the 5-element sect couldn't bear to see Shan An's despicable actions as well. Especially when Shan An had tricked his own brother, who was his disciple, this caused him to be even more furious. But as the saying goes, an upright official finds it difficult to deal with family matters. He knew clearly in his heart that he was an outsider in the Shin family in the end, and it wasn't convenient for him to interfere in these matters. Don't worry, Brother Duan. I'll give you and Elder Ku a satisfactory explanation. Shindong took a deep breath and seemed to have made some sort of decision. Father, I know my mistake. Please spare me this time. When he saw Shindong's cold gaze sweeping over, Shunan seemed to have realized what was about to happen. He couldn't help but shiver as he continued to beg for mercy with a trembling voice. Unfortunately, when faced with Shun An's begging, the fierce light in Shundong's eyes didn't show any signs of weakening. Perhaps he had already given up on this youngest son of his. Subsequently, under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, Shindong arrived in front of Shun and raised his hand to knock out Shun, and who was lying limp on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Crack, crack. For consecutive sounds of bones shattering resonated in the air, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. It was Shundong who had crushed all the bones in his youngest son Shun An's limbs with a raise of his hand. Looking at how ruthless he was, even if there was a grade 1 life recovery pill, Shun An's broken limbs would never be able to recover. From now on, this unfilial son will stay in the Shun family for the rest of his life. The Shun family will let him spend his life peacefully in bed, and won't let him go out and cause trouble again. Shundong's cold voice resonated, fully demonstrating his determination. It was said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Shindong was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He had no choice but to make up his mind. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of trouble his youngest son would cause in the future. The Shin family elders sighed, but no one felt that Shun An was pitiful. In their opinion, this might be the best ending for Shun An. Elder brother Duan, let's go back. When the sound of bones shattering resonated in the air, Yixin's pretty face was already pale with fright. She couldn't help but close her eyes, not daring to look. Okay. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. He then held Yixin's hand and greeted Shindong and Ku Zheng. Jinart Shun, Elder Ku, since this matter is settled, I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian took Yixin and stepped into the air. He flew out of the Shun family's main hall with Yi Ting. Brother Duan, When Shen Dong saw that Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he immediately became anxious. He had just boasted in front of Ku Zheng that he would introduce Duan Lingtian to Ku Zheng. Jinart Shan, is something the matter? Duan Lingtian paused in the air and asked with a puzzled expression. It's not that I'm in trouble, but Elder Ku. I wonder if Brother Duan is interested. Shindong looked at Duan Lingtian and wanted to ask if Duan Lingtian was interested in joining the Five-Element sect. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Jinart Shan wants to ask me if I'm interested in joining the Five-Element sect? That's right. Shindong nodded. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to actually guess his thoughts. Sure. Duan Lingtian didn't beat around the bush and nodded. Then he looked at Ku Zheng, who revealed an excited expression after hearing what he said and lightly smiled. Of course, the precondition is that Elder Ku takes a fancy to me. Of course, of course. Ku Zheng quickly nodded with a smile on his face. He didn't have the slightest demeanor that a void transformation stage expert should have. Elder Brother Duan, you want to go to the Five-Element sect? Yi Xian's beautiful face went slightly pale as she bit her lips, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness. Xiao Xian, if you're willing, then follow me to the Five-Element sect. I think Elder Ku ought to not refuse, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Ku Zheng as he asked. Of course not. Ku Zheng spoke hurriedly. After he acknowledged Duan Lingtian's character, he was filled with interest towards this young man that possessed monstrous natural talent, and he wished for nothing more than to directly bring Duan Lingtian back to the Five-Element sect and the Wood Peak. Even though Duan Lingtian's current request was slightly excessive, it was only towards ordinary people, and towards a monstrous martial artist like Duan Lingtian, there was naturally a different treatment. I can go to the Five-Element sect? Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that she heard Ku Zheng's reply, her beautiful face was dumbstruck and covered in disbelief. Elder Ku, can my daughter really join the Five-Element sect? Chapter 858. Of course. Ku Zheng nodded and smiled confidently. I still have this little bit of authority. Thank you, Elder Ku. Thank you, Elder Ku. After obtaining confirmation, Yiting instantly had an excited expression. Even though he was the patriarch of the Ye family in Driftcloud Town, he still maintained a respectful attitude when facing a colossus like the Five-Element sect. The Ye family had been passed down for hundreds of years, yet it had never produced a disciple with the natural talent to enter a colossal power like the Five-Element sect. This was also a regret of the Ye family all along. Now, when he found out that his daughter could enter the Five-Element sect, even though there was some nepotism involved, he still couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. Since it's like this, then I hope Elder Ku can allow us to prepare for a few days and leave after a few days? Duan Lingtian looked at Ku Zheng with the intention of asking for his opinion. No problem, no problem. Presently, Ku Zheng was completely immersed in the joy of Duan Lingtian agreeing to join the Five-Element sect. He naturally had to grant the request of a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian. Elder Ku, didn't you say you would be leaving early in the morning? Shindong, who instructed the clan elders to take his youngest son, Shun away, just happened to hear Ku Zheng and couldn't help but be stunned. Earlier, when Ku Zheng said he would be leaving tomorrow, he intended to persuade him to stay. However, Ku Zheng looked as if he had already made up his mind, causing him to feel rather helpless. Now, cough cough. Ku Zheng laughed awkwardly when he heard Shindong. Special circumstances, special circumstances? Jinart Shun, since it's like this, then I'll disturb you for a few more days? This is the honor of our Shan family, Shundong hurriedly said. He naturally discerned that Elder Ku had decided to stay for a few more days because of Duan Lingtian, and this was sufficient to show how much he valued Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Elder Ku. Duan Lingtian thanked Ku Zheng and then greeted Shindong. Only then did he bring along Yi Xian and leave the Shin family main hall together with Yi Xian, who was still immersed in her excitement. Duan Lingtian, take your time to prepare. If you can prepare in half a month, then leave with me. Seeing Duan Lingtian walk out of the Shin family hall, Ku Zheng, who was standing in the hall, added loudly. This made all the higher-ups of the Shin family, including Shun Dong, speechless. Sure enough, different people received different treatment. Duan Lingtian and the other two quickly returned to the Ye family residence. Yiting naturally thanked Duan Lingtian for what had just happened. Brother Duan, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, Xiaoxian probably wouldn't have been able to step into the five-element sect in this lifetime. Yiting said, Ye family head, you're exaggerating. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then glanced at Yixin beside him and said, Xiaoxian's innate talent is not bad. I asked Elder Ku to take her into the five-element sect because I don't want a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Yixin, who was standing to the side, had a slightly rosy face, and her beautiful eyes were mixed with uncontrollable excitement. Until now, she still felt as if she was dreaming. Joining the five-element sect. It was undoubtedly an unattainable dream of hers since she was young. Now, this dream had truly come true. Brother Duan, I know what kind of innate talent my daughter has. With her innate talent, the five-element sect definitely won't accept her. All of this is because of you. Yiting shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Could it be that this Ye family head still thought that his daughter's innate talent was the same as before? After all, he had thought deeply before he wanted Yixin to join the five-element sect. He wanted to join the five-element sect more so that he could smoothly meet a few of his old friends through the five-element sect and reunite with them. He didn't really want to join the five-element sect and do something like that. For this reason, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt guilty. He felt guilty toward the five-element sect. He wanted Yixin to join the five-element sect more so that he could compensate the five-element sect. Perhaps, in the eyes of others today, Yixin could join the five-element sect because of Duan Lingtian. But he was very clear in his heart. In the future, Yixin would let everyone know that it wasn't Yixin who wanted to join the five-element sect, but it was the five-element sect who wanted to join Yixin. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't say all of this because he knew that not many people would believe him even if he said it. It was better to let the facts speak for themselves. The current Yixin needed time. So long as she had time, her shocking innate talent would gradually reveal itself and shine brilliantly. Five-element sect. This can be considered as my explanation to you, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian was still the same as before. He was either cultivating, comprehending concept, or sitting in the small courtyard and drinking tea comfortably. He asked Ku Zheng for a few days to prepare, but it was naturally not for himself. He was all alone and had no relatives or friends here, so he could leave at any time. These few days of time were for Yixin. According to his knowledge, Yixin had never traveled far in her entire lifetime, so she naturally had to be given time to properly prepare. In the next few days, the news of Yixin joining the five-element sect spread throughout the Ye family. For a time, it caused the Ye family to be decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was jubilant as if it was the new year. All the disciples of the Ye family that went out during these few days would frequently say, Our Ye family's young miss is going to join the five-element sect. On the other hand, outsiders also flattered them. Everyone was clearly aware of what Yixin joining the five-element sect meant. From today onwards, the Ye family would be completely different from before. Just like the Shun family, they had the five-element sect as their backing. Perhaps the five-element sect wouldn't turn out in full force for them, but the interactions between people could not be without favors. Once the Ye family was in trouble, and the Ye family's young miss, Yixin, returned to help, there would definitely be some five-element sect's elders and disciples who would come to help by her side. Drift Cloud Town is going to change. Ye family, when one person achieves the Tao, all his friends and family will ascend to the heavens. The streets and alleys of Drift Cloud Town were completely bustling with noise and excitement because of the news of the Ye family's young miss joining the five-element sect. 5 days later, Duan Lingtian stood quietly at the entrance of the Ye family's mansion. He was as still as a mountain, and he was like a statue. His gaze was on a group of people not far away. A beautiful young girl was bidding farewell to the Ye family's patriarch, Yiting, and a group of Ye family's higher-ups. All the Ye family's disciples who were in the Ye family's mansion came out to send her off. Half an hour later, the young girl turned around and walked to Duan Lingtian's side. Brother Duan, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Xian in the future. Yi Ting looked at Duan Lingtian and entrusted him with a solemn expression. His daughter was his precious treasure. This was the first time she was going out, and he was extremely reluctant to part with her. Don't worry, patriarch of the Ye family. I will. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly and held Yi Xian's hand. He chuckled softly and said, Xiao Xian, let's go. Okay. Yi Xian was brought up into the air by Duan Lingtian and flew in the direction of the Xin family. However, she could not help but look back at the Ye family and wave goodbye to them. It was only when the Ye family's figures disappeared before her eyes that she turned around in disappointment and muttered, Elder brother Duan, when do you think I can come back to see my father? Silly girl. Duan Lingtian smiled tenderly. As long as you're willing, you can come back any time. I'll inform Elder Ku about this matter. Duan Lingtian believed that Ku Zhang would definitely not reject such a small matter. Duan. Elder brother Duan, please don't tell Elder Ku about this first. Otherwise, he'll think that I'm relying on your power and talent to do whatever I want. Yi Xian stuck out her tongue and said playfully, I still hope that I can rely on myself to obtain the respect of Elder Ku and the other 5-element sect's disciples. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. You're ambitious. We'll do as you say. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian arrived at the Xin family's mansion. Naturally, they were warmly welcomed by the clan leader of the Xin family, Shindong. In the Xin family's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw Ku Zhang again. Today, Ku Zhang looked radiant, as if he was a few years younger. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise, Did Elder Ku make a breakthrough these few days? Duan Lingtian, you really have a good eye. My cultivation these few days has been very smooth. I've finally broken through the bottleneck that I haven't been able to break through for many years. Many years ago, Ku Zhang's cultivation had fallen into the bottleneck that led to the 7th level of the void transformation stage. Yet he was unable to break through all this time, and it was as if he'd fallen into a devil's trap. During these few days, because he'd encountered Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had agreed to return to the 5-element sect with him to join the Wood Peak, his mood was extremely good. Who would have imagined that an unintentionally planted willow would become a shade, and his cultivation would break through in one go? Now that I speak of it, I have to thank you for this matter. Ku Zhang smiled as he spoke. Thank me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's precisely because you agreed to return to the 5-element sect with us that Master's mood was extremely good and was able to break through. A person walked in from outside the door as his calm voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian glanced over and noticed that the person who'd entered was precisely the Shun family's eldest young master, Chen Wei. A few days had passed, and Chen Wei had already recovered to the point of seeming completely fine. Eldest young master Chen. Duan Lingtian nodded to Chen Wei, and after he found out about the sequence of events from before, he didn't hold a grudge against Chen Wei in his heart. During the entire matter, Chen Wei was kept in the dark and was used by his younger brother, Shannon. Everything he'd done wasn't wrong. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can forgive me for offending you a few days ago. After Chen Wei entered, he bowed to Duan Lingtian in apology, and his tone was filled with sincerity. Eldest young master Chen, you're too kind. I've already forgotten about that matter. Duan Lingtian smiled frankly, and his good impression of Chen Wei grew even better. As expected of a figure that the residents of Drift Cloud Town would give a thumbs up upon mentioning him, he deserves his reputation. We're all from the same sect in the future, so don't call me eldest young master, just call me Chen Wei. Chen Wei smiled as he spoke, and then he looked at Yi Xian, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. This ought to be the young miss of the Ye family, right? Young Miss Yi, I've disturbed the Ye family a few days ago, and I apologize for offending you. As for that younger brother of mine, I never imagined that he would actually do so many things that infuriated the heavens and the people during these past few years. Chapter 859. Let's not mention the matters of the past. Ku Zhang shook his head, and then he said, Since everyone is here, then it's time for us to leave. Elder Ku, why don't all of you have lunch before leaving? Shindong urged Ku Zhang to stay. There's no need. Jinart Shun, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Zheng nodded to Shundong, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian and the others before walking out. Jinart Shun, farewell. Duan Lingtian brought along Yixian and bid farewell to Shundong before following Zheng. Chunwei hurriedly followed as well. The group of four soared up into the sky from the Shen clan estate and headed west. On the way, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously, Elder Ku, are we returning to the Five-Element sect or going somewhere else? I'll send all of you to Settlement City first. Arwood Peak has a base there. The two people we recruited not long ago are there as well. Zheng said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Ku, tell me about the situation in the Five-Element sect? Duan Lingtian asked. Zheng nodded, and then he introduced. Our Five-Element sect is divided into the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks. Besides the metal peak being the main peak of the sect master's line, the other four peaks are of equal status and are controlled by the four peak masters. The four peaks have always been in a state of competition, and in the last 20 years, it's Arwood Peak that has fallen into a disadvantageous position. When he spoke up to hear, Zheng sighed heavily. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian obtained a certain level of understanding of the five-element sects would peak from Zheng and Qinwei, and he knew that it was once the most brilliant peak beneath the metal peak. However, 20-plus years ago, the Wood Peak's master was heavily injured outside and returned to enter closed-door cultivation, causing the Wood Peak to start going downhill. First, the outstanding disciples of the Wood Peak were poached away by the other three peaks, and then the other three peaks intentionally joined forces to suppress the Wood Peak, causing the Wood Peak to be reduced to the lowest-ranked peak for a time. Even though the experts of the older generation of the Wood Peak were still present, the younger generation seemed to be lacking when compared to the other three peaks. A force, even if it is a small force that was separated from the same sect, once the younger generation is unable to carry on, it means that it will decline. Zheng sighed. Why don't you just recruit some more genius disciples? As long as we spend more time, we can still find talented disciples. Duan Lingtian said. We're naturally aware of this, and we've indeed done this. But those genius disciples hadn't even warmed up a seat in Arwood Peak when they were poached away by the other three peaks. Zheng smiled bitterly. What about Jin Feng, who is from the sect master's faction, who doesn't care? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. This is something you don't know. In our five-element sect, there's a tradition that has always been passed down. The five peaks exist together and compete with each other. Besides the disciples of the various peaks being prohibited from casually killing and crippling each other, and the seniors being prohibited from making a move against the juniors, there aren't many other restrictions. Since the beginning, Jin Feng has always been the deserving number one peak in our five-element sect, and its status is impossible to shake. The other four peaks have always been competing openly and covertly. 20 years ago, Arwood Peak became the target of the joint suppression of the other three peaks, and this suppression caused us to be unable to catch our breath for 20-plus years. When he spoke up to hear, Zheng sighed. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he was able to understand the Wood Peak situation for a time. As expected of a power of the foreign lands, it's only a third-rate power, yet the competition is so intense. Perhaps it's precisely because of this that the five-element sect was able to develop until today. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if it was a sect that was too peaceful, then perhaps it could be domineering for a while, yet it was bound to fall after a few tens of years or over 100 years. It was for no other reason than the disciples of the younger generation of the sect didn't have passion and motivation. No wonder Elder Ke looked at me like a hunter that had seen its prey. So it turns out that he wants to make the Wood Peak rise once more through me. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Even though thinking like this was slightly arrogant, Zheng obviously had such thoughts. The competition between the various peaks of the five-element sect was mainly between the younger generation. The experts of the older generation rarely made a move, and it wasn't convenient for them to make a move. Perhaps the current strength of the younger generation was far inferior to the experts of the older generation, but they were the future pillars of the sect, and they were the foundation that allowed the sect to continue flourishing. Once I arrive at the five-element sect's Wood Peak, my days will probably not be peaceful. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he wasn't afraid. and he was slightly anticipating it instead. In next to no time, an entire morning had passed, and Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had left Driftcloud Town to arrive in the sky above a continuous mountain range with a complicated terrain. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who was traveling side by side with Ku Zheng and Qinwei, couldn't help but frown, and he seemed to have noticed something. "Watch out!" Ku Zheng shouted out in a low voice as he warned. Instantly, Qinwei seemed as if he was facing a great enemy, and a 7 m-long spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Flowing lights revolved around the tip of the spear, and the weapon he used was exactly the same as his father. Whoosh! 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 Numerous swift figures appeared in the surroundings of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 in the blink of an eye, and they surrounded them tightly. This was a group of middle-aged men in plain clothes with cold and indifferent expressions, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian's group of 4 seemed as if they were looking at the 4 of them. Bandits! Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he'd guessed the identities of these people at the first possible moment. Before he left the foreign lands, he'd found out from the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara that bandits frequently appeared in some remote places in the foreign lands. These bandits only had a single objective, and it was to use formidable martial strength to kill martial artists that passed by and seize the wealth of those martial artists. Simply speaking, this was a group of desperados that specialized in profitless business. They licked the blood from their blades and hung their heads on their waists to earn a huge amount of wealth. Duan Lingtian had always stayed in Driftcloud Town and didn't leave by himself, as he was worried that he'd encounter these bandits. If the bandits were weaker than him, then so be it, he'd just directly kill them. If the bandits were stronger than him, then he could only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, without the slightest chance of survival. Elder brother Duan, seeing so many people surrounding them, Yi Xian's face turned pale. She was the daughter of the Ye family that grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever seen such a scene? Xiao Xian, come on to elder brother Duan's back. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Xian was terrified to the point her body started to tremble slightly, and he instantly called out to Yi Xian to get onto his back. Yi Xian leaned on Duan Lingtian's back and wrapped her arms around Duan Lingtian's neck before her mood calmed down slightly. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and stretched out his spiritual force to clearly investigate all the bandits that surrounded them at the first possible moment. There was a total of 9 people, 1 at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage, 3 at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The remaining were all at the 4th and 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage. What a formidable group of bandits! Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart, as he never imagined that the first wave of bandits he encountered in the foreign lands would possess such a terrifying strength. Duan Lingtian didn't know. This wasn't the first wave of bandits he encountered since arriving in the foreign lands. After he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet earlier and left Feng Wu Dao and completely lost consciousness, he'd encountered many waves of bandits with strengths that weren't inferior to this group of bandits on the way to Driftcloud Town. It was even to the extent that there were a few existences at the Void Transformation stage. However, without exception, those bandits were all killed by him as soon as they appeared after he demonized them. Kill. The 7th level Void Interpretation stage bandit in the lead didn't waste his breath and directly gave the order. Instantly, the other 8 bandits pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 4. In the sky, vast ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and swept towards them, and it even blocked out more than half of the sunlight in the horizon. Those 3 are at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. He didn't have the slightest intention of making a move, and he instead pointed towards 3 of the bandits that charged over and spoke to Qinwei. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Besides the one in the lead, the strongest amongst the other 5 is only at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. How many can you deal with?" Obviously, the old man wanted to test Duan Lingtian's strength. Up until now, the old man hadn't seen Duan Lingtian make a move, and he only knew that Duan Lingtian had once defeated the Xin clan's patriarch and the Xin clan's supreme elder. The Xin clan's supreme elder was a 6th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist. "Senior, besides the one in the lead, leave the others to me." Duan Lingtian smiled confidently, and as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes started to flicker with a dim light, and vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his mind. Thousand illusions. An illusory space was constructed out of thin air by Duan Lingtian, and it enveloped an area of a few tens of meters. The 9 bandits clearly appeared within the range of Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. Besides the 7th-level Void Interpretation Stage bandit in the lead, he was able to affect the other bandits with his soul skill and cause them to fall into an illusory space. When Duan Lingtian executed his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, Ku Zheng and Chen Wei were both shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Ku Zheng couldn't help but frown, and he felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. Alas, I misjudged in the end? Ku Zheng sighed in his heart, and the origin energy in his body started to roil as he was prepared to make a move against the group of bandits that charged over at any moment. Obviously, he didn't believe Duan Lingtian's boasting, but in next to no time, he was stunned. Chen Wei was stunned as well. Yi Xian, who tightly embraced Duan Lingtian's neck and lay on Duan Lingtian's back, was originally terrified by the group of bandits to the point she couldn't help but close her eyes. But when she curiously opened her eyes to look outside, she instead saw a scene that she would never be able to forget in her lifetime. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 8 bandits that charged over abruptly stopped in midair, and their eyes revealed bewilderment, as if they'd suddenly lost their target. Subsequently, they went berserk successively and attacked their former companions, and the surging strength that was on the verge of erupting completely poured out. Bang, 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 bang. The terrifying strength tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions, and it was the 3 6th-level Void Interpretation Stage bandits that had joined forces to kill their 5 companions. What are all of you doing? The bandit leader that wasn't affected by Duan Lingtian's soul skill was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, and then his face went grim as he roared with a grim voice, "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."